Well, hello there, Mr. Dilio. How you doing? Uh-oh, I'm not seeing the audio connected yet, so I'll have to wait. There you are. How you doing? I hope it doesn't. It would be better for everybody involved if it didn't, in my opinion. This is, we hold none of the key positions. I just don't see how it's going to turn I've got 3 screens, and 2 of them are on robot arms on the desk, and what I want to do is put a sliding bar for the third one, vertical mount. Well, flip it so that I can vertical mount it or horizontal mount it, depending on what I'm doing, but essentially make it so I can slide up or down a bar right next to my desk, so I can have it higher or lower, depending on what I'm using for. Like if I was, if I had it so I could flip it real quick, I'd toss it into vertical mode. Long extended version of chat. Hold on, I got to do that. know what's funny? You guys could hear me. They couldn't. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. Technical difficulty. You should be able to hear me now. You'll be able to hear my guest here in just a second. You guys can go ahead and say hi. I can't see you. They can hear you.
Hi.
Buenos tardes.
It's good
Emphasis on the tard.
You're not kidding.
Actually, in light of world events, we should say dobre vieja.
Well, I mean,
You bring up a good point.
make it so they can see you. What's it capturing? That's not what I wanted to capture. No, not that. Take that away. Start that one. No, that one. There we go. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I guess I should probably start just a little bit of background music. There we go. So, hi guys. How's your unbridled rage today? Just me?
It's unbridled.
I'm not even angry. I'm not surprised. I'm not like. I'm kind of ambivalent.
I thought you were gonna responsible dad them. I thought you were gonna say I'm not even mad. I'm
But
just
I am
disappointed.
Yep, I'm not even disappointed either. Like, yep, that was gonna happen.
What I thought was the funniest was they threw her a softball question at the press conference to try and let them out of this whole thing. Like, are you sure that's what he meant to say? And he didn't just say something, in a spur of the moment, and he regrets it. And she was like, "Oh no, y'all are fascists." And so they're saying the quiet part out loud. This is where it starts to pick up speed.
Semi-fascists. Remember, we're fascists with a semi.
If you look up the definition of fascist, it's what the people who like get elected and say less government. That's it. That's fascism.
Yep, that's textbook right there. The people who say that the government should have less powers so that businesses are less tempted to try and use the government's power against their opponents. Those are definitely the fascists. What can I say, kids?
What's weirdest is it's so odd to hear the party that is in power. They control the House, they control the White House, and they have a deadlock in the Senate, and then say someone is taking away someone's voting rights. How is that even possible when you're actually in office?
So there's two answers to that. One, their voter base is that dumb. All right.
Yeah, that's true.
It's important not to skip over this. I mean, if you've spoken to a leftist specifically when they're not spurging at you for more than about 15 minutes, I got told this by another creator a bunch of years ago. I was talking about somebody that they had just started talking. I said he's lefty, but like he's not that bad of a guy, and he's decently smart. And the first words out of his mouth were, "If he's actually pretty smart, he won't be a lefty that long." And do you know how true that is?
Factual.
Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. Here's the scary thing. I know some of them who are genuinely smart. They're also just incredibly. Oh, where did Joe go? Joe?
No, I'm here. I just have to deal with a dog here.
All right, no problem. So I know a couple of them who are very intelligent. The problem is they're like utterly cowards, just completely and utterly cowards. And they're like, well, I think I see the way this is swinging, and I think I could probably get a couple of head pats from the regime if I just just bow my head and just take a knee and my mic is low. Oh, let me turn me up. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I don't think this is the time in all of human history to be talking about smart leftists, right? And I say that because I don't know how many years I have listened to douchebags go, "Bro, you may not like Sam Harris or his politics, but like, bro, he's super smart."
No, he's not. I'm sorry. Look, and we can get into that. I'd love to get into that because I have had a bone to pick with Sam Harris since the very first time I heard of him, because the very first time I heard of him was his ridiculous arguments against free will, based on very poorly researched neuroscience.
Bro, do you not understand who Sam Harris is? Like that big brain meme where like you're sitting on a chair of your own. That is literally
Oh,
Sam Harris.
see, I thought
He
it was
is
the one
actually that big brain.
I thought it was the one where he's like literally sucking himself into his own gravity. That's how big the brain is.
Also that. I mean, it really just depends on the day as to how big Sam Harris's brain is. And if you don't believe that, just ask Sam Harris, who, by the way, knows fucking everything.
He sure does. By the way,
he is content to tell you about it. He will enjoy that.
Although I have to say, we have to welcome him to the official ranks of... I'm not even an official YouTuber yet. We have to welcome him to the official ranks of YouTubers, chat, because you know what he did today? He issued a non-apology, like every single YouTuber ever. It's a tradition. You must do it. You must do something terrible, and then issue an apology in which you don't actually apologize for anything. You're essentially... I apologize that you interpreted what I said the way that I actually said it and meant it.
It always comes across as, I'm sorry that you people are so stupid. That's what they always come across as.
Well, here's the thing. He did a lot of the tropes too, guys. I don't know how many you've seen. I'm a connoisseur personally. I've watched these like autistically as just like a phenomenon and been like, what the fuck is this? Why are they all the same? Because they all start with the same thing. They all kind of start with a... They've got to do the fucking condescending sigh in the beginning. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on. Every one of them does it. It starts with a...
God, I need to start apologizing for shit. I need to start apologizing. Just open every single show. I'm sorry, one of you bitches is going to be offended, you bunch of douchebags.
That's how we make it into the real ranks.
This book here. See this book here? Investigative Discourse Analysis by Don Raban. I took a pretty serious course called Scan where they talk about this. And it's taking the words that people say and realizing what they really mean versus what they're saying. And your guys are spot on Sam Harris, right? You look at his apology and it was not. It was about, I'm really sorry that you people are morons. And you couldn't possibly grasp what I'm trying to say. And he has zero regret for what he actually said.
Oh,
so can we just cut straight to the jump here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that some of you were gonna stop sending me money on fucking Patreon.
Yep, that's it.
That's what we're sorry about.
Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, maybe 10% of you. Let's be real honest about this. Everybody keeps saying this is going to kill Sam Harris. This isn't going to kill Sam Harris's career. Don't be ridiculous.
You know what would kill Sam Harris's career? If at any point, for any reason, he went, Donald Trump's got a point.
Yep.
That's
that
literally would kill
it.
Sam Harris immediately.
Or whoever the next Donald Trump is. I mean, they've got several candidates.
DeSantis, right? You know.
Well, heck, it could be me at this point, for all I know. Oh, chat. I'm sorry. I've been ignoring you because we've been having
That's
good
it,
times
boys.
laughing.
This is the next White House staff.
It's over. It's over, Squibs. Guys, did you... Hold on. Oh, boy. When shall we three Marines meet again? Hey, guys, did y'all see the meme? I'm gonna fucking find it here in a second if I can't. But, guess who's the only branch who has to get the monkeypox vaccine?
you know it's a Babylon Bee article, right?
I don't care. I was gonna pull up the tweet. It's
I
over,
didn't care either.
when people start asking us dumb questions, all we're gonna do from now on is I'll just point at the sign, but we don't deal with that moronic stuff here because check the sign, bro.
That's good.
I like
I'm
it.
gonna get a giant EGA made out of dicks behind me.
Here, how do you like this? Because I think this is gonna be my next sticker option available in the store.
Perfect.
I like that one.
You know what you need is one with text and one without.
Yep.
It needs to be the see your enemies driven for you.
Yep, and it needs. Well, I'm thinking it also needs to be on a transparent.
Probably.
What do you think, chat? Or should I put him on an actual Conan background? Because I can do that, and I can print it photorealistic.
I want to hear the lamentations of their women's.
Well, hold on. Do you have a gender studies degree to know whose lamentations you're hearing? Because I hear that could be difficult these days.
You know, I
This is true.
watched What Is a Woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? And the first conclusion that I came to is that a gender studies major removes the ability to know what a woman is. They seem to be the only people on earth you can't ask.
Oh. I could look at that. I could look at that, Bison. I'm less good with the skin changes. I'm not gonna lie. Trump derangement syndrome. Look, I'm done blaming that. I really am. I don't think half these people are half as deranged as you think they are. I think it's performative. I think that it's literally to tie into their group. That's all it is. It's group signaling because they're working themselves up for something. Wonder what that might be.
I want to tell you. I want to tell you that,
Sorry,
that the
rough call.
governor's statements today are absolutely ludicrous, right?
Which one?
You know, thank you for bridging me into what I want to be our first topic. Because, gentlemen, here's an internal debate, and I have heard this argued well from both sides.
Unlikely.
When someone says that in New York, pretend you're in New York right now, like remove half your brain cells roughly, right? You're in New York. Do you listen to that? Do you flee or do you stay?
Gone.
That's an awful nice BB gun you got there.
Well,
Yes.
yes, it is.
Yes.
Anyhow, so what do you guys think? Like, what is the wise step for a let's even say this worse. Let's say that, you know what? Hey, let's say that we're giving direct advice to what's his face, the bro who took the tech job, Bodega Bro.
Oh,
should
man.
you flee?
Yes.
Here's the deal. I first of all, I wouldn't be caught in New York. I used to have to go there a lot for work, and I'm really glad that I don't work there anymore. But if I lived there and she said this, I'd just be like, "Nah, you're gonna have to come and get me."
See, I've heard
I get it. They want you to flee because it makes their life easier.
It makes it easier
right?
for
They
them.
want you to go.
Well, and I've also
But-
heard the argument that there are a lot of people who have lost. Look, she's unelected, and there are a lot of people who her direct predecessor. Wait, I think we can actually say this now. Caused to lose their lives, and there are a lot of. I've heard that there's a lot of boiling resentment and anger, and that there are a lot of people who, whether they vote Republican or not, they're not going to be voting anything blue for a long time now. And I don't know how true that is, right? But my question
Okay, so,
is, assume all that is true, and that they are now just trying to weed out the opposition before November and payday comes.
So that I don't believe that for a minute, right? And I say that as a guy who, look, there is no possible way my answer to this can be anything but leave, because it is worth noting that I used to live in California and I currently live in Texas.
Hey, I also used to live in California, and I will never set foot in that state again willingly for any purpose.
Exactly, right? And so, look, truth be told, California never actually said, "Hey, Republicans." They just, every single minute of every day, every law that was ever passed, every single person you passed on the street, the hobos that were more interested in crack than they were you, all hated Republicans. But, you know, they never actually said it at a government level. It was just life, right? And so, no, saying it out loud, what is self-evidently true, doesn't change it for me at all.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, look, I made a post that you gentlemen helped go viral today. I'm not going to lie. And I appreciate that because I think I had quite a few bangers today. I'm not going to toot my own horn too hard here, but it's true.
No,
We're
you,
on a
you
roll
really
for
did.
a little bit.
Yeah, there's a good run of stuff there.
Stop being civil. I'm not talking about to people who are. Remember that there are three broad targets, right? Like, remember, there are three broad target groups, right? There are, in any informational war, right? There are sympathetics, potential sympathetics, or neutrals, and enemies, right?
Yeah.
So remember that when you are communicating, you are trying to communicate to one or more of those groups. You can never directly communicate to all three of those groups.
Oh, sure you can.
Violently.
directly.
True. It is kind of indirect. And the last sound that you'll hear while they're still on the planet is just fire out.
Yeah, yeah. So remember when you're addressing communications that it's one of those groups, right? I don't even remember where I was going that with my ADD brain is so bad. But that's right. But when you're talking to somebody who's an enemy, who's bought into it, or who has bought into credentialism, which I'm not going to lie, boys and girls, that's exactly what got us to where we're at right now. You can say what you like, but if they didn't have the ability to control who was able to do what, it wouldn't matter, because the Wokeistas wouldn't be able to keep their job for shit. They'd be outcompeted in a heartbeat. No one wants to deal with them.
Woodrow Wilson, I hate you, and you're probably one of the only people on Earth that I will actually piss on your grave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed.
Cue the History Hub. Wilson! You guys have seen that, right? Like History Hub, he's a pretty decent history YouTuber. He's got a whole 40-minute video devoted to why Wilson is the worst president ever, and you should literally blame him for damn near everything that's happening right now.
I've never heard of this guy in my life, but I like him already.
Hold on, I'm gonna
It's
find
a
the
tie
link.
between Wilson and FDR.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Right? And here is why. I get why people think that, right? FDR could not have accomplished 10% of what FDR accomplished without Wilson. And you know that because Wilson was trying to accomplish what FDR accomplished.
Rick, here's the thing. Look, here's the thing. This is
point.
one of the reasons it's a white pill or a gray pill, as I was discussing the other night, right? The people you are fighting are that stupid. They used semi-fascist instead of proto-fascist, which is what they meant.
Look,
we're not, but that's what they meant.
It's a fully semi-automatic fascist, all right?
Well, that's exactly what it is. You never go fully semi-automatic fascist.
Right. Come on.
I think the best advice for Rick here when he says someone tell me what a semi-fascist is get up, walk to the bathroom, and look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Can you tell what a woman is? Hey, we could. Do you remember the old Jeff Foxworthy? You might be a redneck if.
Oh,
we should start a you might be a semi-fascist if. This would be hilarious. It'd be so. Guys, you might be a semi-fascist if you know what a girl is.
Oh man. If you
You might be a semi-fascist if you believe that a boy is a boy.
we gotta start small here, and we gotta include stuff that has nothing to do with them. You might be a semi-fascist if you believe the Earth's just round.
Right? Yeah. Start there. Work our way in. If you believe you shouldn't have to push 4 for English.
You. Oh God, there's a bunch of these we can just reuse too. Holy shit. Semi-fascist word of the week. Mayonnaise.
You shouldn't have to press quattro for English.
Yeah.
Semi-fascist.
Quattro.
Semi-fascist face of the week. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. A lot of leftists angry today.
These fucking people in food items, man. Were you guys around for man, milk is fascist, bro?
Oh my God, yes. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
Because okay, hold on. We've done this. Do you guys want to watch? Here's the thing. I think here's a beautiful thing tonight. Would you guys like to watch my favorite YouTuber's summary of what happened to Shia LaBeouf in that time period when he got trolled to absolute shit, and then forward that into what happened today? Would that be a good segment?
But if you want to,
say again.
If you want to, we already did that. But if you want to,
I don't. Don hasn't.
Yeah, it was kind of fun because I like to laugh at Shia.
Oh man,
we broke that man.
He is such a if there's anyone on planet Earth that deserves the title lol cow, oh my God.
But I'm so
so good.
Look, hold on though, because today is a special day, and I'm not gonna lie. If this is even the tiniest bit genuine, I'm proud of my boy.
Oh man,
he done got saved,
dude. Elaine's Rotten Bottom. Read it.
Oh, hold on. How many more Marines can we get on a panel before the screen will capsize?
If you got this running through OBS, just do it now.
It's like Guam.
Oh, yes, baby, yes. I do.
Oh,
I
just
do.
like Guam, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Holy shit. We cannot let that joke go by.
Oh. All right, so
Stand
I've got.
by. I just had a gear accident.
Uh-oh.
You guys carry on, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm gonna start up the Windu. Let me get my screen shared and share sound. And
Oh, man. Speaking of gear, whenever he gets back, remind me that I have to talk to him about gear things.
we'll do.
Like, not to just totally steal your show, but
No,
like,
you're
I have
fine,
to
brother. Look,
congratulate him.
I
on gear
invited you here
things.
for a reason. Oh, have you seen some of his amazing gear grift opportunities?
Oh, man. So if I knew how to make money on the internet, I'm sure that'd be important. But,
Right.
like, primarily what I know how to do is lose money on the internet.
Look, I just want Silent to send me a bag so that I can start pimping their products once I've tried it personally. But I made it a rule when I started this that if I'm going to pimp somebody's products, I'm trying it personally, and I don't have the money to spend on one of those things right now. I'm stashing food.
Stan, we don't need anyone who is in the aren't real Marines yet category.
Ooh, them's true words.
Oh, man. Good timing, because we're not going to interrupt segment things. Joe, those radios are friggin' badass.
Joe,
I think you're muted.
When is your trusty editor gonna get in on some of this gear grift, brother? Oh, you're muted, brother.
Oh, you're definitely muted.
You mean like one of these? Is this the gear you want to get in the gear grift on?
Well, I mean that, or God, I'll take a Silent bag. Talk
You know,
to
I'm
Silent.
not
Tell
able
him
to
I'll
make that
pimp the hell out of him.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
those
gonna be flipping
radios,
those tomorrow,
in particular, the radio that Joe just had in his hand, all of mine are on chargers right now. But this is why they're badass, because I figured the first thing I was going to do is check battery time with them. It was on for a week.
Yeah. That's what Scout and I found, man. They will last literally forever on those batteries, man. Seriously.
guys.
And at the end, it wasn't dead. It just, like, if you hit transmit, the battery wasn't having it. Right? But it was still on. I could still
down a
receive.
little bit, yeah.
So we'll start on episode 1. Have you seen any of these, Don?
Maybe.
This is Internet Historian. It's quite possibly like my favorite thing to appear on the internet. Let me reshare just to make sure sound's coming across. All right, should be.
Sure.
Stand by. I got helos. All right, they kept going.
Wait.
We're all right. I did not get Gavin McGinnis.
Oh, man. So I live next to an airport. You know how bad it is?
You know, I'm between two airports, but helos are not common. So
War has changed.
Oh, my God.
It's an endless series of proxy.
Wait. This is episode 2. We need episode 1. Let's go. Hold on. Give me just a second. We're gonna go.
Watcher pretends like he's a professional.
I know. I fail so often. This is my chill show. This is just the dick around with friends show.
Right? You know, the rest of the time, he's a great producer. But
Shia LaBeouf,
as soon as he's got
Is
his
an
own
artist.
show, no.
welcome to his museum. He brought you such works as watching all of his movies in a theater, back to back, and wearing a paper bag. But now he's ready to unveil his magnum opus.
I saw all of it.
He won't divide us.
Their message from Astoria, Queens, broadcast for the world to see. Camera feed will be up 24 hours a day for at least 4 years.
The media called it a triumph, the first great art of the Trump era.
Will not divide us. He will not divide us.
Y'all know these people
But
are crazy,
unfortunately for
right?
Shia,
Oh, super
Paul
fucking
appreciates
crazy.
art too, and they wanted to express
And look, here's the other point I want you guys to remember as we're watching this. They've not got, not a single iota more sane since this point.
Oh no, wrong direction.
themselves on camera as well.
But you're so supreme. I give my life. not for honor, but for you.
You a Metal Gear fan, John?
It's the way I fly to you.
I can't believe he.
Paul had one goal in mind: to take over the exhibit and trigger Shia.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but I personally thought it was fantastic.
By day 2, Shia is getting sick of hearing about Pepe.
Pizzagate is real. Shia LaBeouf is a rich white liberal who doesn't care about the working class. Clearly.
Six hours later.
You will not divide us. Is that a little
For those of
speaker?
you in the chat who don't know what's happening,
speaker's
you're
at?
learning your history before we
Paul
catch
learned
up to
that Shia
present
was
day.
particularly triggered by Nazi role-playing, so it became a game to make Nazi references while he was on camera.
The Imperial hat is what does it for me.
Right?
Oh.
What's up? Bang bang.
Did you notice the Ukrainian flag behind him?
No. Wait, go back. Wait, what?
Go back.
No! No!
Where did that come from?
Oh,
Whoops, he opened up the wrong box in the wrong year.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
They were trying to tell us.
Well, guess what? It's up while somebody is Nazi role-playing. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, shocking, really.
Well spotted, Joe.
He sexually assaulted some dude. Then Sam Hyde showed up.
Teams will not divide us. Teams will not divide us. All right?
Oh, stop. Because there's another thing that just happened today. Did you guys see that Sam Hyde's fucking pump-up thing for his boxing match he's about to do?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so you know that he just, like his entire life is just one big troll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm going to find it here real quick. Cover up my DMs. Sam Hyde, everyone. National treasure.
I'm dripping, Thompson. I'm dripping. I'm a dolphin. I'm wet. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Ah! Ah! I'm dripping!
They later threw him out of the hotel while he was doing an interview because he was yelling too much.
Goodness.
You're not a real artist, man. I just want to red pill Shia on the truth about the Holocaust. Be careful. Be nice out here. Hey, be nice out here. You're surrounded now.
But it all came tumbling down. Off camera, because of a misunderstanding, he assaulted one of his own supporters. The police caught the event, and he was arrested.
You will not divide us. You will not divide us.
He was deported back to Los Angeles the next day. Soon after, they also had to put up a fence. A wall, if you will. And now only 5 people at a time can come in, and they are very well vetted. But credit where it's due. Although this was not good art.
All right, so here's the thing, guys. We're gonna follow this series because we're not gonna watch all of them. He's just gonna go through what happened. I encourage you to finish all of these on your own. They're great. But there's an episode 2, and that has to get skipped because it's disappeared from the internet forever. And that is because he did an event at number 2 was he started a live stream camera at a restaurant in New Mexico. And like day one of his supporters showed up and pulled a gun on somebody.
Yep.
So that got disappeared real quick. And now we'll start
Some proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their ability.
After defeat on the battlefields of New York and New Mexico, Shia headed to a new hidden location. No more chanting or interaction. This latest exhibit would just be a flag waving arrogantly in front of a camera.
Well, hold on a second, chat. Someone in chat, Don, says, thank you, Watcher, for getting proof of life on that. You don't know Don's alive. Do you not have this much faith in Watcher's ability to do face-swapping technology? That's
Deep
Adam.
things, bro.
Yeah, he may very well not be alive.
What
Do
now?
you see the amount of Glenfiddich he's drinking? He's embalmed.
If this is,
look,
bro, if this is on anything,
we're not
more
even
than
that far into the night.
look, if this is anything more than a 10-second delay, you are not positive either way, okay?
Oh yeah, no, not at all.
Camera. There were no landmarks, no scenery, no clues at all to its whereabouts. It would be impossible to find, and nothing could stop the broadcast. Checkmate. And this would allow Shia to act smug for the next 4 to 8 years. That is, unless Pol's agents could find a way to track it down. Challenge accepted. It was to be the greatest game of capture the flag ever. Pol began organizing. They set about gathering all the information they could on the local environment, trying to match up cloud, wind patterns, and ambient noise. Because it was a live stream, they could match the time of sunset to quickly discern that the flag was somewhere in the eastern time.
Stop. You said this is a Spartacus moment. No, this is a Spurgticus moment.
Time zone.
Oh yeah.
That's 2/3 of the country ruled out in one move. Others began looking into intel about Shia's whereabouts, as it was highly likely that he was present for the raising of the flag itself. As time went on, distinct noises could be heard in the background, the croaking of frogs, suggesting water nearby. Then, the second big break
Pause it.
in the
You got it.
distance.
So, clearly, and I don't know how this gets left out of this because I have seen this.
Just faintly.
But
Two.
I don't know how this gets left out. But Pol, at the time of like the peak of Pepe, got alerted to where this is by frogs.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
the mimetic energy was just unbelievable, and it's starting to get that way again in some ways, just more frantic.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is like if Keck had prophecy powers, this is how you would see it. That's all I'm saying.
The Ukraine flag too. Oh God.
Right?
Distance. Just faintly. 2 jet streams. Pol quickly opened a live feed of all of the air traffic across the eastern seaboard. But identifying these 2 lines, amongst all of this, would be a challenge. Meanwhile, social media trackers found this post. At a small town diner in Tennessee, this waitress couldn't help but brag about her run-in with Shia. It was another big break. TMZ also reported that Shia had been seen fly fishing in.
Joe, what do you want to tell us just real quick about OPSEC failures?
Bro, don't post where. I always say this. I never post anywhere that I'm at until I'm already gone, and I don't allow anyone to tag me anywhere. These are good things, right?
Yeah.
Set your stuff up so people can't tag you.
Can I get a selfie? Fuck no. Fuck you. Get the fuck away from me.
Oh man. So this is dear anyone who creates content in a no bullshit kind of way. One, you will eventually be doxxed. There's basically no way around it. However, if you would like to delay that as much as possible, the only times ever that you can allow someone to take a picture of you and post it is at a large organized event.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
If you are in a major city where there are thousands to millions of people around you based on an event being organized that is presumably hundreds to thousands of miles away from your house, snap pictures away. If you go to the local Safeway and some bitch takes a picture of you, you're doxxed in 5 minutes. All right?
Yep. Homeboy Watcher has been doing a lot of drone practice to get proficient at using it to do surveillance, and you'd be surprised at how similar that is to learning photography. And so Watcher has just a whole lot of really beautiful video of local rivers and mountains and canyons. No one is ever gonna fucking see that shit on the internet, ever.
Mm-hmm. For the record, I don't want Don to be alone, so we're gonna crack a new Jamie's.
Well, and just know that I'm doing my own thing.
In the area.
The
search was closing in on Greenville, Tennessee. The hunt was moving much faster now. According to the aviation team, 2 more planes would soon be flying overhead. If they could be spotted on the live stream, Pol would have confirmation. Bingo. To further narrow down the search area, the aviation team started charting all of the flight paths of spotted planes. But they still needed more information, and as day turned to night, they got it. Pol's astronomy division used the constellations to narrow down the...
I have to pause it to address something in the chat. PD, actually, I need to ask Don about this right now, I think. So, chat wants me to get on Entropy, and I've been told that I should talk to you or Sniper or somebody, because you guys have connections on the... You guys have people on the inside.
I know the peoples, man.
Yeah, because I want to get monetized, but I don't have the money to open an S-Corp right now, and so the only way that I'd even accept monetization anywhere is if I could set up an S-Corp to hide my identity. And I hear that potentially...
They do not give a shit. They'll send it to a PayPal.
Beautiful. Well, and it adds a third step in between, is the important part.
Yeah. They will... so, not to get... air their dirty laundry, but they had some problems relatively recently related to paying people, and their answer was, hey, we got hit with the same problem that everybody on the internet gets hit with, so literally whatever way gets money to you, we'll do. Quite literally, including we'll give you Bitcoin. So
ooh.
I mean,
dude, like, here's the thing. Joe doesn't agree with this, but Bitcoin specifically I like, and I like it for maybe not the best reason, and that is that most of the elites like it, right? And if you have a fraction of it, they still haven't figured out a great way to mark coins, boys. So as long as you're in a semi-private wallet, there's no such thing as a private wallet anymore, unfortunately.
I will forego the 8 hours of autism that, based on the simple description of Joe's view of it, we will 100% engage in describing Bitcoin being not as great as everybody wants it to be, or any of the cryptocurrencies for that matter.
True.
And we are currently sitting in a time frame that I think proves at least a lot of my points about Bitcoin over the years. That said, look, man, if you want to trade in Bitcoin, trade in Bitcoin. Just don't tell me it's going to save the universe.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. Not only that, I gotta add, I'm a blockchain developer, not a cryptocurrency developer, and there's a reason for that. Blockchain is a storage method. Cryptocurrency is a use case scenario that is actually not even a super great fit for a use case scenario. That's Watcher's opinion.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But at the same time, if somebody will pay me $350 for a tulip bulb, I'll sell them a tulip bulb.
Yeah.
Angle and rough position of the camera. With this, the flight paths, and some advanced trigonometry, the candidate area had been reduced way down. Further confirmation from weather satellites backed up the claim as an agent was dispatched to the scene. As he drew close, he started honking the horn, while viewers of the live stream gave feedback as it got louder. A few minutes later, target sighted. But he couldn't just head in during broad daylight and risk Shia's wrath. Instead, he had to wait for the cloak of night. In the meanwhile, Pol got to work devising an infiltration strategy. A few hours later, the flag came down, and a MAGA hat and shirt went up. It was a beautiful moment, and it all took place on the live stream. Pol's Central Intelligence Agency had clocked Windu Season 3 in 38 hours and 14 minutes, and poor Shia was divided for a third time.
Hold on. It's important to recognize just how impressive that is. 38 freaking hours in a
Yeah.
day and a half. They took people totally not like, oh man, we could get like soft places in 6 hours and they could do all kind of okay. The entire resources of the US government can only be pulled by 30 hours.
Well, hold on, and that's getting somebody somewhere. That doesn't include like there are bits of info that leak like that where they were like, oh well, we have a picture of this guy and it's time stamped and but we don't quite know where it's at, and so we don't know how long ago he was there, and then it took them like fucking 6 or 7 months to figure out exactly which valley it was in.
Right. And Paul's over here like day and a half.
Listen, so Mrs. JD pointed this out. She's like, but you and Corey do things like this all the time with bad folks you guys are tracking. I'm like, yeah, but these dudes beat our tech department by a day at least. And
right.
They usually start with a phone number. They didn't even have that.
Right. Like, hey, I've got something to work with. And Paul's like, I got a live stream.
Well, and look, I don't even remember how many horror movies from the 90s were like, somebody's gonna set up a live stream and they're gonna try and murder someone for donations, and then you'll have to track them down. Yeah, Paul probably saw that and has been spurging about it literally ever since.
Oh, guaranteed. And dear Paul, none of this is insulting.
No,
just so you know,
we love you,
dear Paul. We have no animosity towards you. Indeed, Watcher is right. At least I love you. On the other hand,
the best professionals money can buy.
Seriously, motherfuckers with satellites and fucking drones and fucking human int set up all over the planet. And you're just like, and
look, you've been consistent too. Let's be honest. Poll was one of the first places that I saw real, actual things off of Hunter's hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I hadn't.
Oh man, good lord, dear Poll. Much as I do love you, if you could forego showing me any more of Hunter Biden's pecker,
pretty please,
that would be great.
I mean, we've all seen it at this point.
Legit.
Maybe make it a meme. I don't know. You could Photoshop something else down there, like a Snickers, since there's that whole dick vein joke.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything at all. You know what? I stand corrected. Do not Photoshop a bigger Hunter Biden's dick on Hunter Biden's dick.
Or a black one. I mean, nobody needs that.
Could he ever recover? Could this be the end? Well, as I was editing this video, there has been an update. The stream has gone down and the MAGA hat and shirt with it, but intel indicates that the flag will be up again soon. A drone was flown over the area, and you can see here that Shia is keeping guard of the flagless pole. In response, Operation Eagle Eye is on standby. The drone carries a sophisticated device. You can see here a MAGA hat, Confederate flag, and bucket. To find out what will happen next, stay tuned for Season 4.
All right. And we are tuning in for Season 4. Hold on. Quindu Season 4.
Do you think he would have given up by now?
Oh, man.
Season 4 is when he did finally give up, sort of.
Season 4 is here, and this time it's at the Fact Museum in Liverpool.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, it's down.
Finding it wouldn't be hard. The live feed stated where the flag was. The challenge would be breaking in and taking it. Within the hour, scouts were doing recon. Hundreds of sleeper agents on pole were activated. The planning began. Plan A.
Accurate.
Walk in the front door, take the lift up to the roof, and steal the flag. No good. Guards already disabled access to the 3rd and 4th floor. Meanwhile, an agent stakes out the cafeteria. They learn about the museum's private security, and that they're on 30-minute rotations, checking all corridors and emergency exits.
Stop. Poll. Why did you write Joe's book for him?
Right? There are people who stand security anywhere. What the fuck are you telling this to people for?
Well, I think that's... Look,
I have a lot of theories about Internet Historian. I noticed some of the stories that he covers and the information that he covers right up to and until the point that somebody could consider it irresponsible. I love him for everything that he does, and I think he's very meticulous about it. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh no, I'm not
Plan
worried about
B.
him. I'm like, what security guard is sitting in the cafeteria like, hey, rando bro that I've never seen before in my life? Yeah, man, we're on 30-minute rotations, and like, there's this many guards, and we're placed in these locations, and it takes us approximately this long to walk from where we're going to where that flag is, which is clearly the information you want to know. Thanks for asking.
Well, I think
it's like in the movies, right, where the dude comes out and tells you everything.
Right.
Fortunately, my plan is.
I think it was implied that he sat across the street and watched them long enough to be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
But Jesus Christ, those are kind of predictable.
And B.
Yeah.
No.
Scale the
Elicitation is a technique, and if you use the right
That's true. That's
agent,
true.
if you use the right agent, dudes will tell them anything.
Fucking degens. Fucking
The
Yeah,
right
exactly.
agent.
building. Here's the Fact Museum, the flag, ladder access to the platform, 24-hour CCTV, doors to the roof, and entrances to Fact and adjacent buildings. The route is simple. Walk into the neighboring complex, gain access to the roof. Across, jump over a 4-meter gap, sneak by the CCTV, and work around to the flag. Meanwhile, online, Shia and his friends were reading 4chan, ready to call the cops if they got onto the roof. So Discord teams ran counter-intel, posting fake news updates to the public forums. Plan C. Another team was experimenting with a high-wattage laser to burn the flag from a distance. Obviously that did.
You looked like you had something to say.
It's just hilarious.
Well, you know what's really funny is that I've been seeing these high wattage lasers get used in various different tasks, especially like blinding people, for a long time, and I've seen it as like a really low risk, high reward opportunity attack that I was concerned about. And I tried to approach my local police chief about a couple of these things where I'm like, look, I'm observing this, and I don't think there's gonna be rioting here, but these are things that I'm seeing that I am thinking you should plan about, because like getting safety glasses that are not tinted but will block basically every spectrum of laser is not expensive. You just plan that into your next safety budget. And I got
Almost the same principle that the LRAD works on.
I got
right?
politely
It's
laughed
similar.
out of the building, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, yeah, we like, are you? I think you're a little worried about things that probably aren't going to happen. I'm like, motherfucker.
Well, now they're getting blinded by lasers.
Look,
Yeah.
I personally have been subject to this, so it's not as rare as you think.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
A lot of pilots can say the same thing.
Right?
Didn't work. A side quest, Operation Shadowlay, involved.
That is correct, random NPC. In case nobody's aware, not even a very high wattage laser will permanently burn out the sensor in a camera. Yes.
Yeah.
A Bluetooth speaker packaged in bubble wrap, which would then be lobbed onto the roof. But 5 stories up proved to be too far to throw. Next, Plan D, as well as E and F, all involved drones. One agent worked on a flamethrower assembly. Another worked on a weed whacker attachment to cut down the flag. And another would simply attach a can of paint and drop it on the camera feed itself.
I love iterative design. Remember, kids, as the kids would say back in my day, the enemy's gate is down. There are a lot of ways to win, and they might not always be as hard as the initial goal that someone else sets for you, like waving a flag for you to come take down off of a building with a security force.
Right. So that second building thing, not to get too autistic into this, but like the relatively decent airsoft sniper rifles. Perfect answer to get rid of that camera.
Yep.
While these 3 were busy fine-tuning...
Gee, I wonder if maybe an author that Joe and I... Joe, have you started reading it yet?
Literally, what I did is I skipped to page 6 because I was very excited for that. but I haven't gotten into it yet.
Gotcha. Well, I'll just say that one of the primary characters in Blue Dawn, a book that was written by Blaine Pardoe, an author who we've now had on the panel twice now, and who's been in our chat like 5 or 6 times now. And I think the dude actually likes us. It's weird. I can't imagine liking us. I know, Jesus. In his books, not to spoil anything, and I don't think this is a huge spoiler, one of the main characters, well, several of the main characters are former operatives of various positions that actually believed in the Constitution. And one of them is a former strategist who decides that even though she works for the new security forces, she wants to take matters into her own hands. And literally, this is the very first chapter you get introduced to her. As soon as you're going to know about her, this is what you're going to know about her. And that's how she gets to sneak it around. Is it because she's security forces, she knows where all the cameras are, and she surreptitiously, over the course of many days and weeks, finds excuses with airsoft rifles, paintball guns, and just the simple old, I like to call it the Russian broom technique, because that's what we saw like week 3 of the war when they finally realized we were watching them on the webcams. A bunch of them came around with like brooms and shit and just like knocked them slightly out of the way so that you couldn't quite see the whole street. And created blind spots for herself in security systems that way.
Well, I'm telling you that somebody used the bright light technique and the Georgia Guidestones thing in order to make themselves not appear on it at all.
I agree. So. I agree. I think that's exactly how that happened. By the way, I didn't do it. I'm just saying that as a mystery, I find it very intriguing, and I keep thinking about it a lot, and it was neat. It was neatly done, is what I'll say.
Say this though, if you want to know what cameras can see, and let me give you a little security and intel insider tip here. Take your night vision and leave it in passive mode and look around. Any nighttime cameras, you'll be able to see the IR illuminator through your night vision shining like a flashlight, and you'll know exactly what the camera can see.
Mm-hmm. Hey, here's another good point, though. And this is one that I've thought about doing recently. I've been looking at various different cameras, and then you start to realize that the sensor kits on them, boy, there's only so many people making sensor kits, and it turns out, like most things, there's like 4 separate factories making sensor kits, and most of them, there's not a whole lot of change between different various model sets. So you could very easily set yourself up a camera testing rig if you knew what the majority, like the major security camera in your area or in the U.S.
Oh, man, let's be honest. As soon as you get the Ring doorbell, you've got 50% of the cameras that you're going to interact with in neighborhoods.
True.
Right?
True. And then I forget who the name of it is, but there's a single company who makes the vast majority of cheap security cameras that were installed during the early 2000s.
Yep. Oh, man. Speaking of which, by the way, if the rest of you want to do something that is not that, GoPros will work just fine.
Oh, I love GoPros.
Expensive as shit, but they'll work great as security cameras. The best part of them is that you can, in various ways, disable their ability to talk to things that are not on a cord.
Oh, that's true. Base Plebeian Wife brings up that this has been on MacGyver before. I'm just saying.
Their new sex robots, the propaganda department was hard at work on MS Paint, drafting artwork to rally the troops. Plan G, trust-based infiltration. All of a sudden, fact inboxes were flooded with unsolicited resumes for internships and janitorial positions. Maybe soon they couldn't trust their own employees. Curators of the museum were getting spooked. Already that day, they had caught someone trying to make their way onto the roof using a fake press pass. But while plans A through G were all being debated over, 3 people with no plan at all were scaling the building. They discovered that the flagpole mechanism was locked in place with zip ties, and they hadn't brought scissors.
Now that is a lesson all on its own.
Okay, look.
Dude, always carry a multi-tool.
You didn't.
Always.
You didn't bring scissors.
Well,
All
it's
right,
Britain.
see
Because
this?
hold on, because it's Britain, right? Because like you'd probably get
that's
like
fair.
20 years for a pair of safety scissors.
That's fair. They, butter knife is prison time. So, See, British, this is the problem with you.
What the hell are you supposed to do, Brits? Come on, Brit bongs.
Surrender to the Middle East.
Oh, or hey, here's an idea. You could bring a glass bottle and make a hasty knife. There on the spot.
Yes, hasty. That's the word.
Or you could just do what other people have done to adapt to not being able to carry weapons in your society and bring a bottle of acid. I don't know.
They were almost immediately seen on the roof. Security was triggered and the police were dispatched. The 3 agents fled without getting the flag. But they managed to cause quite a scene. Police did a sweep, however, no one was arrested. But
Base plebeian wife, I haven't seen you in the chat often, but I have to say, I like your takes.
That's why
it
I
was
married
still
her.
mission accomplished. Fact abandoned the project. The flag and live stream were taken down. Liverpool's closed.
I'm sorry. That one looks like it belongs on a promotional bag of
It does?
of our favorite coffee.
Yeah, right?
"25 hours. Another record." But this is...
Stop. Stop. This is a professional museum that not only have their own security staff, but they brought on a private security company in addition to their own for this event.
One day.
That's glorious. Glorious.
Man, we need to disband the CIA and hire fucking Paul.
I've said it before and I'll say it again.
Dear CIA, I don't actually mean that we need to disband you or that anything should be done negatively in your general direction. Ron, don't shoot me.
Look, I will say this. I have an open mind when discussing things in a certain way, right? And I will say that, like, ultimately, morally, I believe in anarcho-capitalism. I do. And one of the questions has always been, well, how would an anarcho-capitalist nation that doesn't have any centralized security force deal with other security forces and people trying to do sneaky shit?
Chad is entirely
Autists.
correct. We would pay them in tendies.
Autists, and you pay them
everything.
tendies. Yeah, and you would know there would be no secrets.
Hey, we need information on Vladimir Putin. 20 minutes later, this is an actual picture of his penis. Like,
This isn't the end of Shia.
Oh.
No, the Season 5 DLC.
All right. So I don't know how much into this he goes. Let's find out. I think season 5 is the sad one, or is that season 6 that's the really sad one?
I think season 6 is the sad one. 5 is hilarious.
Where is this? This is 6 though.
Fine.
Yeah, I can't find 5. Let me do a search again real quick for it. 6 is all that it wants to show me for that.
Did they take down 5 as well?
I would be very upset.
Did he make
He doesn't
playlists
back
for
them
this?
up anywhere. I've checked. I've look, I'm a nobody, but I've tried to talk to him multiple times. Like, please, can we just back your shit up, please?
For the love of God, just put it on the Pirate Bay.
Right?
Let's just look up Internet Historian Season 5. Yeah, sorry guys, looks like Season 5's been gone, but he does do a summary, a recap. We won't watch most of this. We'll just watch until the part where it becomes obvious that it's really sad. Hey. I hear somebody in the chat talking about making fun of a bunch of black guys in suits trying to close down a pool. Those men saved lives. Pool's closed, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Time for a quick recap. Season 1, New York. Shia's arrested. Shut it down. Season 2, New Mexico. Someone pulled a gun. Shut it down. Fine then, we'll do a shitty flag. Stolen. Season 4, another flag, but with guards. Stolen. I'm going to sit in a cabin for a month and do nothing. Mission accomplished.
Here's the thing, chat. We're going to explain this real quick. This was a separate project. He didn't admit defeat, but he said, I need to go recharge. I'm going to go participate in this art project that my Finnish friend has set up, where they've set up these 4 cabins in the woods that are essentially like a fully self-contained cabin. Like, you've got a cooking area and a bathroom that's all in there together, and I'm not going to leave or talk at all for 30 days. The only interaction that I'll have with the world is that at a separate place in the city, we'll set up a room with a bunch of cameras and two-way cameras, essentially. And I'm not going to say anything, but anybody who wants to come, like, interact with me through text and visual expressions can do so.
So, this is substantially more autistic than any of the other finds.
Yeah.
Right. Like, however autistic you have thought Pohl was to get a hold of, like, the flag in the middle of nowhere, in the end, as I understand this story, the dust in the room starts reflecting some light, which they use to estimate what time of day it is, which gives them the time zone, right? Yeah. And then they use the angle of the light to figure out approximate area, and they narrow this down to something like a lat-long coordinate, which, don't get me wrong, is still a pretty big space. However, and there's a camera with dust in the air, and they narrowed it down to a lat-long coordinate.
Because you're missing the other part of this, because this was the cabin one. The big part of this is they were like, wait, what's behind him? Oh, it's wood grain. Hey, can somebody look up how individualized wood grain is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this is high definition enough that we could really depict individual wood grain. Where have we seen this wood grain pattern before on the internet? Oh, hey, look, these cabins have been rented before, and they've taken a picture at this exact angle before. Oh, here they are.
Yeah, it was some of the most intense autism that's ever been done. And, like, again, look, dear CIA, I ain't fucking with you or nothing, but fucking Pohl.
Oh.
And that brings us to now. The flag is back. Stationary camera, completely muted audio, no confirmed clues, just a white flag on a white wall. Time to get to work. So Shia won't be making a cameo this season. He has bigger concerns.
Hold this in your mind, chat, because this goes into where we're going forward to.
Which is why his buddy, Luke Turner, featured here in Season 5, has taken over. So it goes live at 4 PM GMT. The first thing to determine is the source of this light. Is it a lamp or natural? Well, it's moving very slowly and its luminosity is changing. That means there's a window. The angle of the light means the window should be about here with the camera here, so the relative positions of things in the room should be like this. Next, they wait for sunset. Sunset is 8 PM GMT. Okay, that puts the flag somewhere in this zone. Does Luke have a house in this area? Yes, he does. Perfect. Time to do some recon. As it gets darker, it would be easier to see a light flashing through the window.
They found out where his house is because in Britain, all tax records are open records. Hey, isn't that fun?
Location confirmed. 3 hours, 58 minutes. So what now? Some people tried to fuck with the Wi-Fi router. No good. And then, nothing, really. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, here's where it gets sad. And now
to today. Shia LaBeouf is shooting a new movie. It's about a Catholic saint, I think. But here's the thing. He is a method actor. And he's actually, into it nowadays. He's had various times where he's been more or less into it. And he's had various roles where you can get more or less into it. Because, let's face it, he's agreed to play some really fucking buffoonish roles.
Weird.
But he is an actual method actor, and I kind of respect it in a weird way, right? Like, if you're gonna be psychotic, at least commit to it. Guys, I'm sorry, I haven't been saying goodnight, but I see many of you that are having to drop out because it's way past your bedtimes, and I appreciate that. We thanks for being here, guys. So, here's what I was gonna say. He went and decided to live in a monastery with Catholic monks for 2 years before shooting the film. Partially because he knew that he'd been having these series of public events and blowouts, and he was feeling his life spiral out of control, and he couldn't find any way to do anything about it. And so the role sounded like a good idea, and being lost somewhere for a while sounded like a good idea, and who can't relate to that? At the very least, right? Like, who hasn't had a moment where you're like, wow, I could disappear into a Spanish monastery for a couple years?
If you spend your life being a douchebag, turning to the church is probably not a bad idea.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
And look, dear Catholics, I don't mean to insult you personally, but I'm now going to insult you personally. Fucking Catholicism.
Right? Goddamn popes.
You took Shia LaBeouf. What are you doing now?
So, here's the thing, though. He's come out with some really interesting takes that I kind of like out of this. And this is especially interesting. Did you guys see the other day that the Catholic priest that gave the interview saying that he despairs of these young priests coming through because they want to do Catholic Mass and all these things?
Hold on. Joe is being besmirched in chat. And I don't think we can have that.
What happened?
Yeah, it's not wine. Whoa. Whoa.
Stand by. Stand by. And of course it would be Holly. No, Holly. I'm not drinking wine.
Oh.
And I told you, Joe's being besmirched in chat. We can't have it.
You don't show a woman your rocket every week and something happens. Things change between you.
Exactly.
That's the way of the world, isn't it? All right,
I'll
folks.
sip it with the label facing out now, just for Holly.
Right. It's whiskey. I likes the whiskey.
A leaf.
A leaf. Yeah.
All right. So
it's always a Canadian that derails things. Always.
Indeed.
So we're not going to be able to watch anywhere near this whole thing, but this was very interesting to me because just yesterday, this Catholic priest came out and he was giving an interview where he was saying very specifically that, like, the young priests that are coming through the clergy nowadays, they want to do Catholic Mass and they want to talk to people about sin, and they're taking things really seriously and rather literally, and I despair of them, and I'd rather we didn't have them.
Faggot.
Well, yeah, and then and you had people drag him all around town for that, which was great. But then to literally the next day have this, it's a little, So he goes, I'm not going to share this. It's an hour and a half. I just kind of want to. So he sits down and he has a conversation with a priest, and this isn't the priest, but this is obviously somebody of the same mind and the same school, because he goes, he says, so I understand that you've come to enjoy Catholic Mass, Latin Mass specifically. And he goes, why is that? And Shia, he stops for a second, and then he says, because it doesn't feel like someone's trying to sell me a car.
Know about that. It's Catholic Mass.
Yeah. Well,
no, it actually looks like they're trying to get your money another way.
From his perspective, remember. But
Well,
yeah,
look, at least the Catholics are only trying to get 10% of your money.
that's true. That's true. They've
That's
got a
fair.
cap. Although they always accept more charitable donations, can we say? Are indulgences still a thing?
It depends on the year.
I think climate indulgences are going to become a thing. I think that's literally going to become a thing.
So, I mean, there is this strange correlation between Catholicism and love of all the socialist policies, at least in
Yeah.
the Vatican.
Well, look, and there's something else that's a direct correlation, not just the Catholics. So I'm not just going to pick on just the Catholics. But don't worry, Catholics, you will get picked on pretty substantially.
Oh, yeah. Look, there's plenty of people to pick on, but Catholics, you are available.
You are, and today's your day. So, oh God, I actually lost my train of thought. Let me see if I can pick it up again. Before
Indulgences.
it hits the next station. Oh, indulgence, climate indulgences. Yeah, and specifically how the Catholic Church went from being only kind of nasty to being the thing that leftists crow about even hundreds of years later as the worst thing ever. Because let's face it, it did become rather terrible there, and it's because the government of the time collapsed, and the church tried to swell in order to fill the roles that the government was previously filling. And when it did that, especially because of the really weird sequestered nature of the education program that they had for priests, you had all of these secret societies that founded, all of these various different, we hold X secret knowledge that is slightly different, and because everybody's worried because the Inquisition wasn't that long ago, we don't speak about them for fear of being excommunicated, but we have them in our little cloister. Go ahead.
Hold on. We should do a thing. I mean, it's fun listening to Christians pick on the foundational sect of the faith. Ortho Bros unavailable for comment.
Oh.
Nice.
All right, chat. Spurg accordingly.
Fight amongst yourselves for a moment. We'll be back. Yeah.
And now a word from our
Wife nails
sponsors.
it.
Say again?
Based wife just nailed it. Watcher, I'm not a bigot. I hate everyone equally on the web.
100%. No, like 150%. Listen to me, and this is flat honest. I hate everyone equally unless you went through Marine Corps boot camp. I like
you know how true that fucking shit
I like
is?
you so very slightly much more than that, unless you at least got to Lance Corporal. If you got to Lance Corporal, I might just give you only a little bit of shit.
So, this is to give you a look into the mind of all Marines. If you are actually a Marine, we will all give you the benefit of the doubt. Are there retards that have been in the Marine Corps? Sure.
Oh, plenty.
Are there shitty people who've been in the Marine Corps? Sure.
Awful. I helped kick them out.
We call them officers.
Well, no, hold on. Look, there's some real scumbags, bro. You can read about them all the time. People do all the time.
Ask
And the point
the
is,
MP in the room, right?
Exactly.
There's some real scumbags.
There's some real serious scumbags. And look, there's some real there's some people who are not scumbags, but they are. Look, I have several brothers who are legitimate psychopaths.
It's a real thing and a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
However, the benefit of the doubt thing is so true, and this is a true story. I moved to Texas, and I walked into a gas station to get something to drink. Literally no other reason. Didn't need gas or anything. Just like, hey man, I'm gonna walk in and get something to drink. There's a dude wearing an 8-point cover in the gas station, and he's like 60, right? Which, you know, for whatever you might think of guys who wear uniform items, like we're now like leading into Vietnam era guys. And so I just walked by and I said, nice cover. It's all it took. And he was like, hey, so who are you with? Right? And I had an hour-long conversation with a guy I've never met or seen before in my entire life. Because
God, it happens all the time.
If you're a Marine, we give you the benefit of the doubt 100% of the time.
Yep.
You have to not be a complete douchebag in the next 5 minutes, because then we know who we're talking to.
Hold on.
Nope, not
Stand
that
by.
guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about the 8-point cover.
Right?
Oh, and unironically, actually.
I like to be a
there's
little
a funny
choosy.
story about this one. You might notice this is an 8-point cover in multicam.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Marines don't use multicam.
No, I don't even
You know who
know.
does? UN civilian police, right?
Ah.
Yep.
Somebody said, I'm not wearing that. I'm going to need an 8-point cover. And then
Yep.
an 8-point cover arrived. And I immediately put an Eagle Globe and Anchor on it. Because that's how we roll.
Good. Fuck them. Which, by the way, in case anybody doesn't know, and just because we're autistic and jarheads, there's a colonel in the Army who, I want to say it was in Korea, took over a Marine Corps old outpost, right? We abandoned the damn thing and we left. And we did some turnover with him before he left. And
Hey, we were assaulting in a rearward direction.
No, we didn't
I
retreat.
believe this was an Afghanistan event, actually.
So it's happened. It's happened multiple times, and the first one is either Korea or Vietnam, and I don't remember what it was, which it was. But it's that about 20-year period, right? And it happened again in Afghanistan, but don't showbiz me because that comes later. And the guy, it's not that we were retreating. We were like, hey, this is too rearward of the line, so we're leaving, right? And we did some turnover with the guy, and he said, he comes back and he says, look, we like to think that we have some good brotherhood and some good spirit of corps, but the Marines are like a cult. You leave them there somewhere for 15 minutes, and suddenly everything is covered with the Eagle Globe and Anchor.
And dicks.
So, yeah, which, thankfully, for all of us, he didn't say, but that's true. He's like, it's on their racks. They build giant Eagle Globe and Anchors out of rocks. They spray paint it on they paint it on everything. It's everywhere. Every single thing is the Marine Corps to Marines.
Hey,
I don't know what this is or how to duplicate it.
Do you know what's woven in?
Is the case.
Do you know what's woven in roughly every 2 inches on all of the Marine Corps digi camouflage?
Well, here's the thing. When in the 80s, everyone had the same field gear, right? We all had LC1s, we all had all that kind of stuff, right? Alice, all that kind of stuff. But now the Marine Corps has entirely their own whole supply chain, their own boots, their own field gear, their own rucks, nothing that the rest of the military has. And that's part of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I tell everyone, I say, listen, even if you weren't in the Marines, if you're ordering field gear, you should order Marine Corps field gear because they literally live out of theirs, unlike the Army.
Oh,
man.
be
good stuff.
Hey, gents, I have to take care of some brief administrative work.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joe and I.
I'm not saying go. This is something that's administrative work for the Future Conflicts show. Does anyone, either of you two gentlemen or anyone in the chat, have a way to get through to Wesley Morgan, author of The Hardest Place?
All right, dear little Pole, go find him.
Yeah.
I don't, right?
I will even give you, don't go spam him or anything, and unless we figure out that's the best way. But
hold on, I gotta ask Patrick Kennedy a question. What was disappointing about your art? It was your chair with the patches on it, bro. Nice. Hey, Watcher, I have to show you something.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You know all the craft stuff we talked about, right?
Yeah.
Earlier today.
Oh God.
This is the latest project.
Oh no.
Oh good God.
Chat, we might have some merch for sale.
Actually, they're doing a show tomorrow, so yeah. merch for sale. I told Chad earlier that she has adopted you as our other son.
Oh, I love it. And I love it.
She said the other day, she goes, he is. And we actually get to talk to him.
Cold.
Clinton
so if my
Morgan.
children are watching, pick up the phone.
Who's in for some really, really weird crossover trivia.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
Clinton
Always in for it.
Morgan is an American businessman and politician for the state of Kentucky. Clinton Morgan is also the name of the National Guard captain in Rambo.
Okay.
Actually, I think he's a lieutenant, but I don't remember. But the officer in charge in Rambo.
The one who
Clinton
comes
Morgan.
in to clean him up.
Yeah, when he's in the very first Rambo, when he's in the cave,
Yeah.
and all the National Guard's out there. This is National Guard Captain Clinton Morgan.
Yeah.
It is. That's funny.
Right. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, again, chat. Wesley Morgan. Again, don't spam him or anything. Just if you know someone who knows that guy, let me know, because Scott just asked me to get a hold of him. And the way I usually go about this is to identify my target and their behavior patterns and find out when they tweet.
I'll
right, so
send
what
an
we're gonna need
email
you to
right
do-
now to James Wesley Rawls. He might know him.
Could be.
That dude knows everybody.
And it might even be time to start going through the thread of fury. Oh, wait, hold on. Did you guys see this? I have to ask, because I thought this was a fucking banger. D. Snyder posted earlier, "I'm a bad guy, remember that. I'm not a pussy, a pushover, or a sheeple. I'm a bad motherfucker who will fight your kind to the death. Clear?
Come at me, bro.
Crystal."
Come at me, bro.
Keith Snyder. Did he fall down and break a hip?
Right?
Well, I whipped this up real quick, and I really thought this was quite a banger. But chat, what do you think? Watcher, he does have a LinkedIn. No, look, I can get to him. I see where his social media is. I'm just wondering if anybody already has contact, because he does seem like, given the things he writes about, he probably runs around in Goon Twitter.
Well, if he does, he probably does it anonymously.
Maybe. 20K though. You know what I mean? That's about.
Forgot the ponytail. F.
Well, here was the thing: is that if I put the ponytail on, I had to like do his weird fucking fur suit shirt. So that's what we got.
I mean, I enjoy it. So what the fuck do I?
Yeah, I like it.
The white fro. Well, it's more than a fro now. He's grown it out to unfucking real proportions at this point.
We should finish this. Or
Okay, all right.
Decide that we're finished with it.
What's the bloody point? This is no better than uploading a still image and declaring victory. Especially for art. It's boring. Now this was creating discussion.
I loved it.
It was arguably the greatest reality TV show of the last decade.
Stop arguably. It was the best.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. In overt. It is the only reality TV show I've ever watched.
True. Fact.
It's the only one that was actual reality.
Oh.
But instead we have this. So we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting.
Sibley fans.
Until... Holy shit, there's a fly on the flag. People flocked back to the stream. The flag itself made for a makeshift Ouija board. What was he communicating? What clues could this fly provide? D? H? High definition. Why? What does it mean? Of course. People like to watch television in high definition, particularly when there's a football game or Game of Thrones or something, and when that happens, often people order food in so that they don't have to miss anything. The most common kind of delivered food is pizza. That's it. Send the house dozens of pizzas. Oh, alright. They did this, let me just say, they did this, and they shouldn't have, because it's, come on, it's not funny. I mean, it's a little bit funny, but it's not right. You animals do that kind of thing. Don't do that.
You were all pineapple.
Look, as I'm making this
only
video,
pineapple.
nothing really has happened outside of tracking down the flag. No one has taken it. There have been plans to give it an upgrade. But there's a good chance that nothing will happen, that the stream will be like this for the next 3.5 to 7.5 years. But, after 5 long seasons, the only way he can say he will not divide us is by locking himself and the flag away from the world. But I suppose...
Stop, because think about the metaphor. This is a microcosm. Think of the metaphor here. The only way that they can continue what they're doing... I don't even remember who this was who said this. It was just within the last couple days. They're at a point where they're so weak that the only way they can maintain their metaphor is to silence people, is to go arrest Gavin McGinnis before his stream. Like... That's like, it's not hopeful, it's not great, but it is hopeful in that you don't flail like they're doing right now. Like the student debt stuff is, I don't think anybody can argue that is not flailing. It's not flailing that's good for anybody, but it's
I will
flailing.
happily argue that it's not flailing.
Oh yeah?
Sure.
Go for it.
All right, boys.
Well, I have to ask, I don't know how much you monitor the leftosphere, so do you know that roughly 50% of the left is against it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're against it for one of two reasons. The 9 people on the left that understand economics at all are like, this is a super bad idea. And the rest of them are against it because there's a cap, right? In fact, there's no any limitation at all.
The big argument that I'm hearing are the don't ask me how these still exist. The confused leftists who still think that they're supposed to be the party of the working class. They are actually agreeing with the right's narrative of you're taking money from working people making minimum wage to give to college graduates.
Oh man. I spend my time with a lot more lefties than you do, apparently, because the more radical left, they're two narratives, right? There are a couple of people who understand economics and go, yeah, is this really a good idea for economic reasons? And everybody else is like, well, why you put limits on it, bro? But I monitor people who make Vosh look right wing. So what are you gonna do?
I have also heard a bunch of why you also giving it to white people though.
Yeah, plenty of that, right? But look, in the end, if you want to understand everything the left does ever forever and always, I want you to memorize the words alleviating responsibility. All right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what arena they're in. It doesn't matter what they're doing or not doing. In the end, alleviating responsibility. These two words explain the left in more depth than anything else you probably hear in the rest of your life. And so, despite that lots of the left will be unhappy about it for various reasons, right? What will be sold is that, to all the people who are like, but you're taking money from the working class, what will be sold to them is the economic idea that like, oh, we'll just print money and it'll be fine. Who gives a shit, right? And you see this out of the left all the time when they go like, well, it's just money, the government will print more of it. Or more importantly, it's money we owe to ourselves, so it doesn't matter if we forgive it, right?
Right.
And like, if you owed you $5, would it matter if you forgave your debt of $5? No, it would not. And that's true when it's your literal right pocket that owes the money, but that's not how it works with the government.
I don't think they'll have that luxury, unfortunately, given today's other... Look, there are so many fucking bits of news today. Have you guys been able to keep up? Because holy fucking shit, has the major drumbeats been coming significantly faster.
No, man, I've
India
been laying... Unironically,
Mexico.
I've been laying pipe all day.
Nice.
Wow.
And she's still in the chat.
I know.
Well done.
Hey,
she's quite a champ.
Traction beds. They'll do wonders. So,
the deal is that India and Mexico, India made official moves today and is now done trading in oil on the U.S. dollar. And Mexico is now making moves to no longer be dependent on the Fed because their currency is tied to the USD via the NAFTA agreement.
That ain't good.
No, it's very bad because the only reason that they continue to get away with the Keynesian bullshit that we've been pulling for the last little while is because we've been the trade currency. And the risk is that you piss off the clientele, because remember, that's what being a trade currency is. You're offering a service. And if you piss off the clientele enough, they will find someone else to provide the service.
Wife, do not tell people that we have video
of pipeline
of all that white coal going into all that hole. The fuck are you doing here?
Oh, speaking of which, I gotta say, chat, and this is something I legitimately would like to hear, not only your guys' opinion on it, but I think Demp would have a decent opinion on this. I saw a decent kind of well the other day, chat. If you can locate a place where you've got water close to the surface, like if you're out in the desert and you see a cottonwood tree, this is the perfect place to put it down. A sand point well. You guys see
They're
this?
super fucking cool. But my water table is 100 feet down.
Oh no, I'm not gonna lie. I like where we're at. I'm very happy that the house that we're going to move into not only has a well, but the well leads internally, and it has a emergency pump jack right there in the usable area, and a whole water sluice system set up for that if it needs it. Gee, that house was well thought out.
I understand there's video of the pipe laying incident.
Yeah, we were just discussing this. A lot of white pole going into
Are we trying to get some sweet video of my white pole going into the hole?
Well, she's the one advertising that she has the video. I'm just saying.
She does. She took the video. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I actually hold on. I think I've got like an approximation of what that looked like or sounded like.
Tomorrow night at the O2 Arena. I'm dripping, Thompson! I'm dripping! I'm a dolphin! I'm wet!
Basically, yes.
I'm saying no, but also yes.
That man. Oh, I almost look. I refuse to buy into any of this bullshit, so I haven't watched any of them except for I'll watch clips afterwards. Right. That's the first one where I'm like, I want to watch Sam High.
I don't know how much I should spend time describing, my pole going into some hole, but it's 100 yards of pole going into a hole.
Jeez.
There's only video of about 50.
Oh, okay. I have to ask, how much did it cost to drill said hole in your area?
Well, drilling was actually relatively cheap.
Okay.
I've got the mover activity going on, like I own it.
Oh, okay, that's fantastic. I have been looking at what it would take to hand dig in case of an emergency. Again, I don't need to, but I was like, how would one do this? And Jesus Christ.
Well. Not well. Like, oh man. For the guys who hand dug wells in 1750, holy shit.
There's a reason.
First of all, you have to be jacked as fuck.
Yeah, there's a reason that the expression colder than a well digger's ass is still a thing people say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For reference, by the way, that pipe laying was more horizontal than vertical. So
okay.
That helps too.
Okay. Positioning always helps.
Indeed.
But yeah, chat. The thing I was talking about the standpoint. Well, it's pretty simplistic. Essentially, if you know how an oil well is dug, it's roughly the same thing, except for you with a jackhammer, or not a jackhammer, but a sledgehammer. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so much easier than digging an oil well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's 2-inch pipe seems to be about what they're using.
Roughly a 2-incher, and then it's got a screen on the front of it that has a protector on it, and then you got a little cap that goes on the top that'll take the strike of the hammer, and then you just hammer that fucker in.
Yep.
We're still talking about actual pipe, or
yeah.
all right.
So it's a real thing. So like if you don't live where I live, right? If you don't live in the high desert, which is a shitty place to live.
Oh, it is.
If you are anywhere near a coastline, even if you're in the mountains, take a look into these things, because it is quite literally hand pump water for a couple hours at most.
Yep.
Of pounding a pipe in the ground.
It's super easy, and it's good clean water, and it'll come up forever. You just got to make sure you got the supplies on hand. You could probably build it yourself, but oh man, would I not want to do that with the wrong kind of pipe, because that could turn bad real quick. The other thing that I'll point out, though, is even if you're in the high desert, I found out something as a child that I've never forgotten. It'll probably save all of our lives one of these days. If you're anywhere in the desert, you're probably aware of a thing called a cottonwood tree. Okay?
Yeah.
Here's a very interesting fact about cottonwood trees. They need constant access to water, and they will only send their roots 10 feet deep.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see a cottonwood tree and it is not being maintained by someone, there's water there constantly, year-round, as low as 10 feet.
So Watcher, I need you to help me with a project here.
Okay.
So go ahead, finish what you're saying, but I need you to help me with something.
Oh, that's it. Go ahead.
I just sent you something.
Okay.
In your Twitter DMs. We need to put it on the screen. It's breaking news about the FBI warrant and why it's redacted. So we need to share these redactions with everybody right now.
All right, let me get these up. Chad, I'm gonna read this here real quick. This is from the Federal Bureau of Investigations from never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around desert you. God, I love this song. There you go, chat. That's essentially what they gave us today, and I want to remind everyone again, the judge in this case,
Sten, dear chat, Sten, you need to understand that where you are getting your memes from is generally ahead of the entire rest of the internet by a minimum a day.
True.
All
Very
right?
true. Very factual.
I know this because I watch where you get your memes from.
I go there occasionally.
Bionic Bee. She did this is fantastic. So.
Yeah, I go there occasionally as well. But you have to remember also, Sten, I curate my memes for my audience, roughly. And most of my audience, this is not a knock.
This needs to go on Monday's show so we can rickroll the whole audience.
Yeah, we need to get. Well, what we need to do is we need to present it to Scott without context. Is what we need to do. It's just like, Scott, I've got something.
Scott's in the chat right now, like,
you motherfucker.
Scott
try to read it all serious.
The non-redacted words are never gonna give
motherfuckers.
You never gonna let.
Damn it!
That was beautiful.
So we do have an actual, like, that's in the hell thread. Let me pull it up. Just this absolute fucking, stop. Hold on. What is wrong with this, chat? Can you guys see what I'm sharing on my screen, or no?
Yeah, chat. Why are you autists and your DMs with Joe not ridiculously over following Watcher?
No.
Outside of it, like all of
one.
you.
One of you needs to follow me. One.
Oh, yeah.
Just one. No more, no less.
Listen, I was going to say this the other night. I'm going to do a tweet about this, because how's the best producer in the business under 2,000 followers? I mean, come on.
I don't get it. And
I just need the 1969, baby. Oh!
For anybody who doesn't think Watcher is, if not the best, one of the best producers in the fucking business, go watch people with 2 million subscribers talk consistently to their producers about how they're fucked up mid-live stream. Now, they do it real quiet. They don't go, you're fucked up from the floor up, but like, hey, by the way, you can watch Steven Crowder do this.
Yeah.
A man with 5 million subscribers go like, room, can we get this overlay? Can we get that overlay?
I feel
all the time. Every fucking show. So,
I feel for Dave and Quarterback so much.
Right.
Like, I mean, he's gone from the show. And look, I don't mean this as a pejorative to any of those people. I don't mean that like, hey, you suck balls or anything. But go watch the Council on Future Conflict, and what you will not see is a constant stream of watcher, give me the thing that's supposed to be up right now.
Right. I appreciate that, guys. What I need to do is I need to start pumping out some more tactical wisdom videos. That's what I need to do.
No. I made some more video to actually get to you too.
Oh, good.
Stomping around the woods, making video of various things.
I'm going to send you video at random that has nothing to do with anything and see what you do with it.
That's fine. Yeah. I like that.
Do something with this video.
Hey, I'll give you guys here a sneak peek of what I told Joe about and what I am very seriously going to be working on. I have to figure out how to sneak this around the copyright laws, and luckily one of my friends actually does that professionally.
This is a good idea.
From the opposite side. I am sick of allowing the game to be they get to destroy the things we love in culture, and we get to sit back and do nothing about it. And I happen to have a decent voice and some musical skills, and I also happen to be a decent video editor. And boy, do I have some friends who've got a whole lot of footage from the last 3 years of leftists acting poorly. And I asked myself, what's like one of their big icons? And John Denver just really jumped out at me, and I realized, you know what would just be one of the best fucking things? A full version of Everybody Must Get Stoned, where I clip leftists doing exactly what John Denver is talking about and was picturing the right doing when he wrote the song. So, doing it to the beat.
As a general premise, because I know I have a ton of this, though you're going to have to go find it on Rumble. Feel free, in perpetuity, to use literally all video content that I have ever taken out of protests.
Oh, much appreciated. Much appreciated. That'd go well. I would not feel so all alone. Everybody must get stoned. It's going to be a good time. One of the chat made me realize that, I did actually buy myself multiple MIDI controllers, and I've been teaching myself slowly how to use them, but I'm also somewhat of a tiny perfectionist about music, so you guys probably won't hear much of that till I can actually make something that I go, hey, that sounds decent.
Man, a million... All right. First of all, let me just say, get off my lawn. Back in the 90s, there was a somewhat popular amongst the internet autists SoundForge used to release it for free, and I think this thing is dead now. But it would let you run beats to timers on about 20 different lines, and you could make some pretty legitimate music because it was basically every chord, and you just plugged it in wherever you want.
Yeah, man, there's a bunch of great DAWs that do that now. What I've been trying to teach myself on is one called Reaper, because it does appear to they're one of these companies that were like, yeah, we're gonna allow you a free copy and you can use it for 60 days, and at the end of the 60 days we're gonna say, hey, would you like to buy it? And then when you say no, we do nothing. Nothing. It stays on. We do nothing. It stays on. Keep using it. Please buy it if you find that it's worthwhile. Fruity Loops is decent, but Fruity Loops is like $300, guys. I'm a poor. Like I am legitimately a poor. I am stacking food because I am concerned about what happens because I'm on a fixed income and I am so terrified of what's coming.
Can I just clear this up for all of you? YouTubers do not make money. Is that clear enough? We're not millionaires. Like, oh, but bro, PewDiePie. Yes. Which one of us is PewDiePie? Shut the fuck up. Your favorite YouTuber makes like, I'm going to go big and say $300 a month from anything that is not direct donations. All right. None of us make money. None of us get a career out of this platform.
Oh, do you guys want to know? Do you guys want to know how much the Future Conflict channel has made in ads thus far?
$100.
$1.57.
You fucking
Nice.
gangsters. To be fair, I made about $200 before I was permanently demonetized. All right, that like seriously, people like, oh, bro, you got 10,000 subscribers, you get thousands of views per fucking video, and for a while that was true. Yes, and it amounts to nothing, literally nothing. All right, you need to understand this. Stop with the YouTubers are billionaires. They're not millionaires. All right,
And I'll say,
but like Vosh, bro, and like Hassan Piker, bro, all donation money, all of it.
and I'll say, look, and this is me teaching a not master grift class, but I'll say that I have kept our merch low, and I intend to keep our merch low because I would prefer to continue to sell volume and have you guys have merch that you enjoy. So it's not like I made a dickload off that merch that we sold. I really
That's
didn't.
another thing. Dear everybody, and I'll just hat right off. Chances are good if you're not paying $20 a patch, if you're not paying $50 to $100 a sweatshirt, if you're not paying $100 a hat, whatever price you think is unacceptable, bro, why are your hats $25? Because I make 15 cents, and Redbubble fucking charges $24.85. That's why they're $24. They're $25. All right,
Which is why I'm handling shipping. Which is why Mrs. Watcher and I are handling shipping. Is because that's we found a way to make a tiny bit of money on it, chat. And what we do is we add about $1.50 onto each order, and that's mostly what we make.
This is
I'll tell you, my
unironically
patches,
how this game goes.
I'm barely breaking even on the patches because I've got to pay Tim to produce them, then I got to pay him to ship them to me, then I got to pay to ship them to you, and I'm like, I'm making money on patches.
Although we're gonna try and centralize that. I'm taking my old business warehouse because there is, guys. Here's the thing. Can I lament for just a minute? I'm not gonna say what it is, but I worked really hard, and I saved some money, and I was like, I'm gonna open a business and do something I'm passionate about. I don't want to say what it was because it makes it way easier to dox me. But I opened a small business, and I literally built it from the ground up. It took me like 9 months of actual like construction work by myself on a daily basis, and then one of the guys who lent me money came down and lended about 3 days worth of work one day when I needed to put some framing up and had to have 2 people because my wife was heavily pregnant at the time. I operated for about 6 months, and then I had some dental work break that I had done in the Marine Corps, like right up in the front, and I was trying to get that fixed, and it was in pain, and so I closed. And right around 3 months after I closed is when the pandemic started.
Yep.
And I cannot reopen my business right now. As much as I've saved funds and I've essentially put my business into this. I'm a disabled veteran, so I can put the business into this like protective shell where I pay some very minimal expenses every month, and it just it sits empty, right? But like eventually we're gonna have to reopen, and I don't see that in the future anywhere at the price that various things that we have to buy for our business are right now.
We heard the lamentations of our watcher. It fits. But I'll tell you, another one is a karate school. Try running a karate school. So I had people sit there and be like, "Man, you must be raking in the money. It's just you and your family working here." And
and then I
said $100 a
pay
month
into all the expenses.
But I got to pay rent. I got to pay insurance, and then I got to pay the organization. And it's just you don't make any money.
I very cleverly set my business up so that I couldn't avoid paying rent for that exact reason, as I was afraid. I was afraid that my mental state would deteriorate, because remember, I am 100% disabled vet for PTSD, and I was very afraid from the very beginning that getting into a work situation where I was entirely dependent on myself and was interacting with the public on a daily basis was going to fuck my mental health, and I was correct.
Rosif, you know what? See, this is the kind of thing that makes me think I'm changing entirely all of the content that I'm making. This flag probably going away, right? I don't know what the fuck I'm going to put there. Probably a picture of my fucking front yard, because the view from my front yard is beautiful. But look, man, it's rough. but you did the thing before. You'll do it again. You'll take a kick in the dick and you'll keep fucking walking. Yeah,
Watcher.
Ain't always
Tap
great.
the sign, bro. Tap
No,
the sign.
sure. I get that, brother. But what I'm saying is part of this lamentation is that why I can't reopen my business is that the people in my area. I'm in a small community.
Sure.
People lost their jobs, bro. People can't afford what I was selling before.
Well,
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about what you are / were doing, right? So, if you're, if you're offering like cock polishing advice and that doesn't involve blowjobs, then
he was selling drugs.
It could be a rough life. That's all I'm like. Hey, man, we'll actually.
Well, here's the
wax
thing.
your penis. By that I mean,
and
wax.
it's not poor Watcher, because very recently I've dug into some things that I can actually make money on my own doing. I spotted something that the local farmers are not doing. I found a way to do it myself with open source software in order to. Basically, I bought a drone because I said, hey, look at all these Ukraine bros that literally having a drone to be able to see which way stuff's coming from is the difference between their family getting out of a dangerous situation or not. So I bought myself a cheap-ass drone, and then I started looking around and said, hey, I invested money in this drone. Can I make money with this drone? And I'm going to have to get my pilot's license, but not yet, because I'm not making money on it yet. But I figured out how to do volumetric scans and
what the fuck's your pilot license cost?
Like $120. It's not much.
All right. So, dear Olive Chat, do you think we can raise $120 for a Watcher? Like, tonight? Right now.
Where would you put it?
You got a PayPal account?
No, I'm not giving my PayPal account to these guys.
You got a non-personal PayPal account? I guess is the more accurate question.
That's
you got a.
I have looked at this a lot.
Go over to Entropy right now.
Okay.
Entropy.live. All right, and quite literally, it's log in with your YouTube account, right, or Google, right. Log in with the one that you are streaming from right now.
Entropy Stream Live?
Entropystream.live.
Okay. I've got sign in with YouTube.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Watcher. That's the Proton Mail.
All right. I know what Entropy takes. So what I'm going to say is $120, you said?
Yeah. That's
right.
what the FCC charges for it.
100 FAA, presumably.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're going to do is work on $150 because we're going to buy Watcher not only his fucking pilot's license, but a 6-pack of beer so he'll shut the fuck up and enjoy himself for a minute and not be a giant homo. All right. Now, to be fair, it's the Marine Corps, so it's already pretty gay. But still, all right. This is what we're working on. I feel like we could do $150. And by that, I mean, wife, log in and send the guy fucking $20.
Don't worry about it, guys.
We're doing it. I'm not letting this go by. This is a not real amount of money.
Well,
right?
and it's funny that chat has been kicking my ass about this for weeks. So, let me see if I got all this right. Go live?
But here's my deal. I will happily sit here and A, kick your ass to make this happen, and B, tell the entirety of chat that we need $150 out of this.
Go live?
C, but tell the wife to send you fucking money. But if you don't fucking get this thing, I will personally dox you, come up there and kick you in the fucking dick.
So I think I'm live. I'm not sure how this works, chat, but...
All right, so up at the top of your screen, you've got a link right there. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah. I'll figure the back end out later, but apparently this is another streaming service that everybody else uses. This is where all the spicy chats come from. Any spicy chat you've ever heard on either Dawn or Sniper's stream that you just can't figure out. Wait, that wasn't on YouTube. It was on Entropy.
It came from here. Wife, there's a quick donate button for $25. Don't go 20. Just send them the $25. Right now.
What is a pulse?
Anti-commie. It's so it's you get a bunch of various icons and people can choose them, right? So there's happy, there's sleepy, there's right, whatever. And the premise is it'll tell you how your fucking chat's going.
Well,
right. So Andy Kami for $50.
Andy Kami with the I gotta add Andy Kami with a $50 that I'm pretty sure he's probably saved it up every time he's like, hey bitch, where's your dono button at? Have you been sponsored yet?
Probably
$50. He gave us the Ethan Klein special and then said he loves me. Finally,
he did. He did. Wife again. Click button. Put in things. $25 right now. More than happy to.
She says, turn the flag for $4.99.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Uh-oh.
Come on, chat. Click that entropy link. You can donate over there with 0 subscribers. Quite literally nobody. Probably great money laundering, honestly. Your Russian mob.
Chat.
So like we're basically halfway there simply because of Anti-Comi.
Yep, Anti-Comi is amazing.
For everybody else, you can click log in with YouTube, and it will move you over there immediately. Right? You can.
Wow, they have really streamlined that sign up. Actually,
yeah,
that's
you don't need to do anything. Welcome to your own. Patrick Kennedy, $40. All right, so we're at $90.
Patrick Kennedy says, good luck, buddy. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Apparently, I'm doing Dawn's bidding on stream now. Thank you, wife. $25. What are we at? $115 here?
I think that's $115 total, yeah. So $5 short.
Still trying to get in there.
Chat, we're not $5 short. We're $45 short. Do you understand me? Now we're $35 short. All right? $35, and you can sponsor, one shitheaded Marine. That's all I'm saying. Not this
He'll send you a letter once a month as if he's a child in Africa.
He says
exactly because he's basically starving.
You know what I might have
chat.
to do, chat, is that I might have to figure out a good thing to go scan with my drone that you guys would enjoy, like one of the local tanks or one of the local there's tanks out here that are World War II tanks that have been
hold on. Jessica C, it won't let me send money. How do I do this? There's a couple of dollar amounts, automatic dollar amounts right above. $25 from Rock Tyrannosaur. What are we at there?
Rock and Roll
$10
Tyrannosaur
left.
says,
all right.
Here's some money, Watcher. Thanks, boss.
Fucking Joe
Dolio with
way over the fucking top.
25 says my homie. Much appreciated, Joe. By the way, guys, this was not my intention tonight. I want to point this out.
My fucking intention to help out Marines. I'm a fucking asshole this way.
We were just here to bitch about it.
My chat will happily tell you that I won't shill for me the way I'm doing right now because I'm bad at this. I did. It won't let me put in my card. So they occasionally have some international problems. If that is a serious problem for you, you can use PayPal.
Oh, and that might have become a problem today. That's a story we should probably talk about because it wasn't even on my stack. Did everybody else get a email in the last couple of days from roughly every money transferring service that you've ever signed up for stating that their terms and conditions have changed? Do you know what it changed specifically?
No.
You are no longer allowed to do business with foreign entities through those money changing services. You have to go through one of your credit card services because what? Because they're
reasons.
more easily controlled.
Exactly. So, all right, look, I think what are we at here? Word is $175, 50, 90, 115, 125, 150, 175. All right, so pilot's license. Get that motherfucker, or I will personally dox you and come kick you in the penis.
Yeah. No, to be honest, I've actually done the study course for it. I think.
When do we get to pester you about having a pilot's license?
Probably. Oh, hold on. Actually,
all right, bro.
I have to
inspect what you expect.
Give me an actual second. The calendar that my better brain keeps is on the fridge in the other room. Let me go stare at it for a second.
Nicely done. This is how we roll. Right here.
Yeah. Exactly. Fucking. This is so easy, right? And look, literally every single one of you except my wife who is donating on my behalf, thank you, right? This is
Wait, you're not thanking your wife?
No, just donating on my behalf. Apparently, I'm doing Don's bidding on stream now.
Well, and I
You
have
can do
to
that,
I have
but-
to tell you the other reason this is great, because there are some things that are questionable where the FAA can come down on you like a ton of bricks for not a lot. Where essentially,
Yes.
like, you can say, hey, I went out and I was flying for fun and I happened to take this video and I saw something cool. And then you can put it up and then someone else can go, hey, I really like that video. I'm going to use it in my commercial thing without asking. And then the FAA can come back to you and say, hey, you're a commercial drone pilot. Where's your license?
Yep.
So, but yeah, what I figured out how to do is using open source technology. You can basically program this drone to use its camera to fly over a various kind of crop, and then come back home and use my my gaming rig in order to analyze that data and stack it up into a 3D map. You guys have probably seen this for real estate purposes, but what farmers can then use it for is that using the colors of the crop and various other information, they can tell how well the crop is doing, what their yields are supposed to be, all kinds of different stuff. Now, professional, like big boy drone services, charge them a ridiculous amount for this.
So, hold on a minute, because there's some other people that I need to shill here for the moment.
Okay, do it.
Dear chat, every YouTuber on the planet will rightly tell you that if you type too nasty things in their chat, it will cause them problems. That's true. And if you're the one over there typing N in chat, right? We're talking to you.
No towers.
Got it?
No spelling bees, boys.
We mean you. Entropy does not care. This information does not get broadcast to YouTube. No matter how crazy and stupid your idea is, you can post it in Entropy and it will not negatively affect whatever creator that you are watching. If you post this kind of crap in YouTube chat, it will cause whoever your favorite creator is a problem. Right? That's why your favorite YouTube commentator, your favorite YouTube broadcaster, whoever he is, will moderate the shit out of his chat. There is basically no mandate to moderate Entropy chat. However, you can moderate it as much as you want, right? So, random NPC down there demonstrating fact of the matter, there's no censorship. However, if that's not something you want to see in your chat, ban away. They're perfectly happy to make that happen.
And I'm
as
mostly
good a platform as we can get.
You know what? I have not done this before, and I don't know why, because this is fantastic. I think that CFC needs to get on Entropy.
It's a fact. Look, everybody and their brother.
Oh, hold on. We got another 50 that just came in. Holy hell. Ayo, don't forget to pick up some 2X survival shield. Hold on. I know why. I know exactly how he wants me to do this. I have to lower the gain on my mic a second. All right, don't forget to pick up some 2X survival shield from InfoWarsStore.com. Don't operate a drone without with an iodine deficiency.
I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. All right, next week when he's back in town, we're going to do a stream. We're going to get
How did
you
we
and
not
Scout
get
on
him?
here
How did
together.
we not get him? We had a plan, Joe, and we forgot it.
I know. We're going to get you and Scout on here together, and you're going to have an Alex Jones off. And we're going to decide who is better. We're going to do a poll. You can run a poll right over there in Entropy, and we're going to see.
You know how I know it's been a long time since I've done the Alex Jones thing?
What?
Because I wasn't in that list.
Yeah, I know. Literal pot belly empire goblins hobbling round, coming after us.
Anyway, I'm going to continue to shield for Entropy because the
It's
simple
excellent.
reality is these guys quite literally in, what did that take, 10 minutes?
Look at the poll builder. Oh my, look at this is such a better.
Yep.
Oh my God, chat, stop. Like if you're out there and you create anything, like from the creator standpoint, this is such a better layout than anyone
100%.
has right now.
100%.
Claymore Roomba. Oh, every time, buddy. Every time.
So,
Dude, have you guys stop. Have you guys seen the actual like full-on Claymore Roomba joke? Because it comes with a full-on program. It's a programmer joke because they let you program your own Alexa, right? And so the original joke was somebody actually wrote a string that was entitled like
what does it say? Alexa, say "Welcome to the jungle, motherfuckers." Alexa, play "Welcome to the Jungle." Alexa, lock the doors. Alexa, turn off the lights. Alexa, release Claymore Roomba.
Yes. So again, going to continue to shill for some people who are good friends of mine who make an amazing product that like literally nobody is using compared to who should be using it. For all of you, and I mean all of you, who have ever needed to talk to devs about anything, and I mean any damned thing, right? Like, hey, payments coming slow. Hey, this feature isn't working, blah, blah, blah. There is a Discord for Entropy. They will respond to you. They're in odd places of the world at the moment, but basically within 24 hours about anything. You can quite literally go to the Discord, type @dev. It will tag all the devs, and they will come back and answer you. Now, amazingly, other people will answer you in there. I am probably one of them, right? Like, hey, I'm having this problem. Like, hey, man, that's cool. Like, I've had that problem before. You solve it like this.
God, I love
Right.
neuroatypical people.
We're
just the best.
It is entirely amazing, right? There's a legit community that will legit answer your questions. There are devs who will come back and go, oh, we need to fix that. And then they actually fix it.
Do you know what's on the very bottom left of my screen as soon as I log in at all times? There's a fucking contact devs button. Bottom left of my screen, no matter where you go on the site.
By the way, also there for users, not just fucking creators. You, dear viewer, can contact and by the way, I have personally run what amounts to beta streams for them. Like they go to release a product and they're like, hey man, you wanna run this for us? And they will be in chat right there, troubleshooting your problems, legitimately answering your questions, take seriously what your problems are, and solve them.
PD.
All right.
I think that's an excellent idea.
By every metric I can even begin to describe, this is one of the best products on the internet, and it's one of the most underutilized. I hate that that's true, because these guys will make...
PD has a plan.
Unironically.
PD has a plan, and I think we should follow it. He says somebody needs to get Ricada on this, and we have actual contact links to Ricada. I'm not blowing the secret off of anything big because he said this on his own channel. Legal Mindset asked me to build a series of variously timed intro videos for him, and I will once I get some inspiration for them. But look, he's got a line to Ricada. Ricada needs to get on this.
Nick has been told numerous times that he should be on Entropy. I know this. People have super chatted it to him. If you can get him to so much as take a look. Now, look, man, you've been using this for 20 minutes now, half an hour, right? It's very easy. It takes care of the vast majority of things. All right. It will handle nearly everything for you. In fact, when I was initially promoting this, some of the bigger guys that I handed it over to were like, hey, it doesn't do this thing. And you need to understand that, like, we got a lot to do at the beginning of streams. So, like, if you're going to make this hard, then we're not going to use it. And the answer to that from the devs was the moment you schedule a stream on YouTube, you can open Entropy. That's it. Like, you can schedule a stream 24 hours in advance, and you can open an Entropy stream right then and there from it. You don't need to be doing it live. That was an original problem 3 years ago. All right.
Nice.
It took them 48 hours from the time the original complaint was published until it was fixed. It took them almost 24 hours to find out that the original complaint was published. All right. In one day, they updated their servers and went, hey, this will make it easier for you guys. This is probably the greatest thing that exists for streamers on the internet, and nobody is using it.
No, unquestionably. Look, here's the thing. I've been doing this for a really long time, too. I'm not going to go into all the aliases and how long, but let's just say that I've been streaming longer than, probably most people you know. The early days of Justin TV were quite interesting. We'll word it that way.
Yes.
This is by far the most fun I've had on a streaming platform since the early days of Justin TV. Flat out.
Yes.
Flat out.
Like, click button, done.
And the feature
click
set,
live button, go.
the feature set, they've got so much in here that is so simplified. It's great. Like this pulse thing. Now that I'm understanding it, chat, that's amazing. It's so good. This is shit people would pay people hundreds of dollars to develop them a custom thing that would look like that for their streams back in the day.
Exactly. And look, again, dear various streamers that will ever see this, it's quite literally click button, get ready to go. You have a problem, contact devs. Devs will fix it.
Oh, entropy devs are the /poll of streaming. Nice. Stevie J says, I have no friends, so I am going to spam the devs with requests because they'll talk to me.
Yeah. And honestly, they will.
Legitimately, you're not wrong.
But I mean, it's every single thing you could possibly want it to be, and then more.
Anti-Kami says, keep streaming here to unlock the full version of Anti-Kami. I will. This is going to become this was so simplistic. There's no way this doesn't become a regular part of my thing. In fact, I've already bookmarked it. So
yeah, no, seriously, the problem that these guys have is getting someone to type entropystream.live into a browser.
Yep,
that's it. That's the problem.
How's the discoverability? That's what I was going to ask you. Like, are there people, theoretically, is there anybody in my chat on Entropy right now that is finding me through Entropy? Is that a thing?
Just so you know, regardless of whether or not there's anybody in your chat discovering you through Entropy, they will broadcast your stream and it being live to the main page of entropystream.live.
Oh, very
regardless of who you are. Quite literally based solely on who started when. It has nothing to do with who is favored. It is, look, this stream started this time, this stream started this time, this stream started this time. It is 100% timeline based. It's all on the same page. You don't have to, I mean, presumably if we get thousands of people to move over to Entropy, you'll have to scroll through or something. But the moment you're live, you are entirely discoverable to everybody who just clicks over to the Entropy page. So all you need to do is be here, and miscellaneous people will show up. That's as good as it is bad, right? You know, that's how discoverability works, is you're going to find some people who suck who find you, some people who are great. But regardless, there is a main page, and it says, hey, bro, these are the streams that are live, right? And Entropy, having the problems that it has currently, if you are an early adopter who is there based on discoverability, there's max 20 streams live. That's all on one page. It's all available. Just if you click over to, entropystream.live, log in with your account, and you're not a streamer, mind you, and you take a look at that page, these are the people who are live. And look, they are as free speech as you get. So understand what you're getting into. Right? There are going to be people who are going to say crazy and wacky shit. And that's how it is. And so, by all means, understand that, you need to curate your own feed. And they're not going to do it for you.
Hey, brother.
So
don't worry about it. I streamed on DLive for a while till it turned into a porn bot place. So
I streamed on DLive until I got demonetized on DLive.
You got demonetized from DLive? Achievement unlocked, brother. Respect.
Right.
So I
tough.
have a quick video that I want to bring up. Just a quick commentary. You guys might not know who Rusty Cage is. It's only 7 seconds.
Get on Entropy, douchebags. That's
now,
the end of my show.
Right now. Right stinking now. I don't know if you guys know who Rusty Cage is. Are you aware?
No.
Rusty Cage has been a creator on the internet for quite a long time. He made some parents very mad because he wrote, trying to demonstrate how terrible YouTube is and that it was showing things that children should not see to children. He wrote a song about hanging yourself and playing with knives and just a series of hey, don't let your kids watch this shit type stuff, and then showed how Yeah, YouTube promoted it directly to kids. Yep. So anyways, he's been going through various political awakenings recently, and he posted this today, and it was so fucking wonderful.
What will my neighbors think? What about the HOA? Fuck the HOA. It's my goddamn property, and I'll build whatever the fuck I want on the land that I paid for.
He posted this with the title, "Send the HOA to the guillotine." And I have to say, Watcher approves this message.
So this is why I would never buy a house with an HOA.
Exactly. No, and I've literally told that to every real estate agent we've ever talked to. Is if it's got an HOA, I do not care if it's got a covenant that has more than 3 pages. I do not care.
Oh, just period. No HOA. Period. 100% of the time. To be fair, when you start going, as soon as you go to a real estate agent and you go, I want more than 5 acres, you don't have to worry about HOAs because there are none.
HOA ladies are the people who are on Nextdoor.
Ooh,
so,
unironically
fact.
true.
Solid fact.
That thing is actually called Karen. Nextdoor is just a marketing name.
That's what they internally.
Turbo Karen, would you like to enjoy Turbo Karen-ness? Have we informed you of Nextdoor?
Okay, is this my thread? No, this next one up is the beginning of the hell thread. Okay. No, wait, hold on.
By the way, while you're doing whatever you're doing, so I do a lot of manual labor lately, right? And because I Google things that are related to manual labor, like, hey, what is the cost of this tool that I need, et cetera, et cetera. All of my ads on everything are DIY things now.
Nice.
As though I don't know how to do basic shit.
Well, but I'd take that over what I get.
Well, be that as it may, all right, dear all DIY channels everywhere, I realize that you're probably sponsored by DeWalt or Makita or whoever the fuck. But a DIY hack is not buy a drill. All right? That's not a hack.
Nope.
That's buying a drill.
Factual. Yeah. In fact, recently I got into a couple of DIY hacks involving my 3D printer and a simple router. And it turns out that you can, with a 3D printer and a router, you can make almost any fucking number of tools you could possibly imagine. I now have a drill press. I now have a really simple can be used for PLA or wood drill chuck, like all kinds of awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Naughty. You heard it. You heard it. You heard it and you liked it, Well-Armed Corgi. Don't lie to me.
The guy with the beard talking. I can't see his lips through the weeds. Shut up, faggot.
So here's the deal. Russia and China have been making moves for quite a while to challenge U.S. dollar dominance because that really is the way to kill our empire without firing a shot. Let's not lie to ourselves. The U.S. dollar collapses. We're fucked.
Oh, man.
So
yes,
they've been doing a series of things to try and do this for quite a while now. And when they really escalated it is when you really started to see the globalists start to split from Russia and China being on our, like, yeah, they're on our side and they're a part of this global thing too. Okay, maybe we can start talking about Xinjiang now. Does anybody remember that? Because as a person who had been screaming about Xinjiang for over a decade and screaming about the Chinese human organ harvesting program for over a decade, and had got thrown out of many places for doing so, even though the World Health Organization, up until 5 years ago, literally said, we know for a fact they're doing it because this is how many organs they've performed, here from transplants they've performed, and here's how many transplants have been given voluntarily on the Chinese market. Where did the hundreds of thousands of other organs come from, China?
Cuba.
Uyghurs.
And, well, actually, at that point, it was Falun Gong practitioners.
Yeah.
So, anyways, they've been working for a really long time to subvert us, and it was just allowed for a really long time because they were all playing on the globalist same plate. And around the time when Russia and China really made some serious moves to create their own separate cryptocurrency system that would allow them to avoid U.S. sanctions, which was around 2014. That's when everybody started getting real serious about it. And then very recently, when they actually put it into effect to allow Russia to avoid a bunch of sanctions in order to sell off oil, it was proven effective. And it turns out that as of today, India no longer trades for oil in U.S. dollars. It's all in a it's in a financial instrument that is tied to the yuan now.
Can I
go for
totally digress for a moment?
Oh yeah.
Follow Joe Kent, faggot.
Oh, every fucking time. Yeah. Oh, you talking to me? This is a non-logged in page so that nobody sees my chats. I am definitely following Joe Kent. Every one of you should also be following Joe Kent.
Carry on.
This is bad, and this is one of those situations where there's literally nothing I can do except for to tell you I've been saying for literally the last 3 years to divest from any currency and invest in hard goods, right? If you have not listened to any of those past things,
look, let me tell you how this goes, or let me at least tell you my experience, because I've been telling people for years and years. If you are investing in currency or currency directly related things, and dear programmers, I mean you don't like that. I get, bro, but I have a skill and it does a thing. That's cool. Does it literally take food from nothing and put it on the table? No? Well, then, I mean you, right? If there's more than 3 steps between an actual good and whatever you do, you have a problem. All right. And you need to understand that, because if you are trading, I don't give a shit what it is, rice. All right. Rice is going to continue to be worth money. I don't even care if it's seasoning. I invested in Morton. Fine, good for you.
Increasingly so as the approaches to food get more centralized and controlled, as they are making massive steps to doing.
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about what's going on in Ukraine, guys. Because guess what Biden decided today that you probably missed because there's so much shit going on. They're naming an official U.S. military operation for Ukraine. What does that mean, Joe?
Well, that means that there's going to be troops there doing bad things, and that means that we're a belligerent power.
We are now.
Yep.
Okay. So you need to understand that this is a super big deal.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing for us to say, hey, Ukraine. Yay. It's
Just
another thing
slava
for us to
our
send them,
cranes in public.
Yeah, it's another thing for us to send them gear. All right. And that's a big deal. It's a big step. Right? If we put troops on the fucking ground, that's fucking war.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, the only thing that's not had it be war thus far is Russia essentially playing polite about it, because the UK, when they trained troops in their country, just like we already have, that makes you a belligerent power. Am I wrong, Joe? Like,
yeah. No, you're not wrong.
We've been belligerent powers all along. They just keep poking the bear. Guys, if there's any doubt at your mind at this point that they intend to get us involved in this war because it will help to gain them more power in one way or another, whether they think it's going to help them in a presidential wartime president capacity, or whether they believe that being in a war gives them more powers, because it does, they're trying to get us into a war, guys. We've been bombing Syria for the last 3 days. Like,
You need to
Literally
understand.
not one person is talking about peace.
Well, no. Hold on. I exist.
That's right. Nobody outside of the council. Nobody outside of the council circles is talking about peace.
Yeah. No, but you need to understand the idea is that no wartime president has been denied re-election, and that's a very technical point based on LBJ, but it's true, right? It remains true. It's a reality. Is if people are dying, then we go, oh, we better keep doing what we're doing. So there's a very high likelihood over the next 2 years we gin this up into legitimate U.S. versus Russia war. Legitimate U.S. versus Russia war is the most dangerous thing on planet Earth.
Yep.
Like there are no two countries that have more nukes than us combined. None. If someone starts losing that war, there's a very high likelihood that a lot of people become ash.
Pretty early on, too, because the Russians have made it very clear that they believe they can get away with using tactical nukes in that situation.
Tactical nukes are a very different situation than
except for that the U.S. has made it very clear, at least they say they've made it very clear, that the use of tactical nukes will immediately lead to the use of strategic nukes.
And this is sort of the problem. One, Biden's a pussy. So the simple reality is that Putin could probably tac nuke a lot of shit. But that's like everything else, right? It's Pandora's box. Once it's open, right? Oh, hey, we're actually fighting the US, we tac nuke everything, right? And that is going to start out as like, oh, we tac nuke this thing or that thing, right? And then once they find out that nobody does anything, it's we tac nuke everything because there's no risk, right? It's why we drop arty on everything because there's no risk. Oh, we blow up a grid square. Fuck it. Who cares? Right.
Well, look, and I can't remember what military movie it is, and one of you is going to know it, and you're going to come at me with it. But there is a movie where they have a Russian diplomat leading with a fake American president, and he asks, so when is, you're only going to use nukes in case of an absolute emergency. Well, when is the absolute emergency? Is it when our tanks pour through the gap into West Germany? Or will you at that point say, well, that's not quite worth nuclear annihilation for the whole world? Will it be when we roll past Germany into Belgium? Will it be when we've driven you entirely out of Europe? At what point will it finally be worth nuclear annihilation?
Well, welcome to brinkmanship as a premise. I don't know. Chat says world over. But, welcome to brinkmanship as a premise, right?
It's Wag the Dog. That's right. Thanks, PE.
Is it Wag the Dog?
I'm almost positive it is.
But this is the premise, right? Is how much can I blow up before we turn the earth to cinders? And Biden's a pussy, so a lot of it, right? That's the answer. Is nuking New York City too much? And to be fair, without New York City, how much do the rest of us care about New York City?
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking this the other day. One of the measures that everybody's using for the Civil War is not going to happen because people don't identify as their states more than they identify as the federal government, and that was one of the data points that allowed us to figure out that was going to happen. No, fuck you. Ask yourself this. Ask a bunch of people around you. Hey, if a natural disaster forced the leftist coast entirely off of America, would you shed a single tear?
So what the differentiation there is offense, vice, defense, right? So what would it take for the Midwest to stand up, pick up arms, and go, that's enough, right? Could the coast get annihilated while the entire side of the country was like, man, that looks like it sucks? Yes. Right.
How's the coastal living?
Right. Like, how's the coastal
Glowing.
getting fried by nuclear weapons? Looks like it sucks for you. Fuck you.
Swimmingly.
I give it a glowing review.
Exactly. Right. And that, yes, totally. That would happen 100% of the time. Well, should have lived in New York City. Sucks for you. Right. But when do the Midwest states pick up rifles, march into New York City, and just start clearing streets?
Stop.
Those are two very different questions.
Stop. There's another question that just got asked in the chat, and it needs an immediate and aggressive response. PD, no one, and I mean no one, would waste time destroying 29 Palms. There's
Right.
Look, I'll give you a very simple overview why at the very beginning, because other militaries are smart enough to know that you have to have a victory condition before you commit to something, and if your victory condition is destroying 29 Palms, when the fuck are you ever going to know that you've succeeded?
Right. Like,
There aren't even
it's
29 palm trees there.
Oh, it's toxic to human life. Yes. People can't live there. Yes.
Not a bad chow hall, though.
Nah, not bad.
That's what I hear. All of my time on 29 Palms was spent at Camp Wilson,
Which has a dick of a
not a
chow
good
hall.
chow. That's all I'm saying.
But you had the gut huts. You had the gut huts, pleb.
True.
You
True, I
could use
did.
your pog money.
Man, I didn't have the money. I don't know what you were talking about.
They didn't hand you guys the cardboard pogs?
No.
Oh, they
You
even
get
had
like
them.
little tokens.
Yeah, they had them
No.
using the tokens, man. It was great.
No.
This is why
Um,
you should have been in the military police, because you just get to get in the car and go wherever you want.
Oh man, it's already. You go places. Those places are terrible. You
Yeah.
hate your life, and you're expected to defend it where you live like a grunt. And everybody hates you. All right.
Patrick, before you take off, I just want to say thank you very much. And it looks like I've actually got a couple of donations that I missed that I got to go through real quick. Welcome to the dark side, says 1776 dead. Can I say something weird? You guys will probably get this. Everybody says 1776, and I know that that was the birthday, but it feels wrong because our birthday was before that. And so every time I say it, I always think 1775.
Well, it's not our fault that we predate the country.
I know, it's just...
I mean, we were here first, so...
And Anti-Copy says another $3, says, Watcher, Joe, and Don, the Prophet. Good night. Love you all. Stay safe. Much appreciated.
That's a good one. You know, I think that Night and Ton Tavern, after several bottles of whiskey, they're like, no, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the Bahamas, bro.
Yes.
We taking that.
Shouldn't have given it back.
But you know how the Marine Corps is. They showed up and they were like, yeah, man, we're going to the Bahamas. We're going to hit some honeys. They woke up in the morning and they're like, all right, be advised, we're deploying to the devil's asshole.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's all the fame that Presley O'Bannon got. He landed in Libya with like 29 Marines. He's like, I'm taking this. Oh, that's a big fort. Y'all got any of them Bedouins laying around? I
Can
can
just
use
say,
some of them dudes.
Don, I have to say, I lived the embodiment of that. It's funny you would have even worded it like that. My first training station was Pensacola, and I was there for an inordinately long amount of just fucking for goddamn ever, because my first day school takes a year and a half to finish. So I went to that and was there for fucking ever, and then I got stationed in 29 Palms for the rest of the time in. So it was literally like, oh, paradise, fucking sugar white beaches, literally where they were still filming Girls Gone Wild every fucking summer.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Gentlemen, we're deploying to the devil's asshole. Look, for all the rest of you that don't understand the Marine Corps, and I don't blame you. I didn't understand the Marine Corps before I got there.
Neither did I. There's no way to.
No, it's impossible. It is as weird as it gets. You know, if you've ever managed Marines, if you were ever in an NCO or higher position,
yeah,
or even just senior lance position,
or filled a billet for somebody higher than an E5.
Oh no, I just mean position.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Not even you held the rank, right? What you learn very quickly is that when the command says a bitching Marine is a happy Marine, they're
correct. Yeah, 100%.
100% of the time. What you learn is that the Marine Corps likes getting kicked in the dick.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. Down to your local PFC likes getting kicked in the dick, right? And then the thing that will make the Marine Corps unhappy is if you tell it, it can't kick you back.
That's factual.
That's it. That like you want to piss off a bunch of Marines, like, hey, you have to get shot at and you can't do anything, right? And they won't just be kind of pissed off. They won't just be kind of bitchy,
murderously
right?
angry.
Like, what the fuck do you mean we can't do anything? Are you fucking all right? Gentlemen, be advised. Command can track the 5.56 rounds that we have, so you're not going to be able to be using your fucking rifle. And I realize that every Marine is a rifleman, all right? But our job here is apparently to get shot at. So what we're going to do is we're going to deploy at least one squad of you with fucking K-bars. You know why we're deploying with K-bars? Because no one measures the amount of blood on fucking K-bars, all right? So what you're going to do is we're going to get shot at, and you motherfuckers are going to gut those bitches.
I was going to say.
Each kidney we get back is worth $1 and or a beer. You know, I realize the beer is $3, but it doesn't fucking matter. You get $1 or a beer. Because I know you fucking Marines. You want one of those two things. You want $1 or one fucking beer. So, all right, be advised, you're not going to get issued fucking rifles. That's not how it's going to fucking go. We're going to have rotating fucking patrols. And you need to come back with kidneys. There's 2 fucking kidneys per fucking Haji. Be advised, every single one of them, $1, one fucking beer. Well, all right? That's all I'm fucking telling you.
Don't forget that some wise guy fucking staff sergeant at some point is going to realize that they're going to increase their kill ratio as long as they prepare motor T with the pressure washers and deploy at least 1 Humvee per squad.
Oh man. So this is how you know what rank you fucking dealt with, right? Because I used to deal with this shit with my guys where like motor T would show up and be like, hey, we'd be 100% more efficient if you guys just did all our work for us. Like, yeah, sure we would. On the other hand, fuck you.
Dude, between motor T and bulk fuel.
Fuck those guys.
just
you pump gas for a living.
Just absolute asshattery. Just ungodly asshattery. So here's the big thing everybody's been asking me to comment on in chat from the beginning. We're gonna watch it for as long as we can contain ourselves from tossing out ejaculatives.
It's 54 seconds, and I already hate it.
I know.
On this semi-fascism comment, is this something we're going to hear more of, that phrase? Is it something the president's going to kind of embrace? Or is there any sense that it was a little impromptu and it's going to turn into a kind of
softballer here, give her a way out? Nope.
Really hard. No. Really hard, too. It's a Brit, too, so you know that they're... Boy, the rest of the world's a little worried.
You know what the real problem here is we try to throw a softball to a woman.
Regrets, and I've tried to be quiet about.
Look, I was very clear when laying out and defining what MAGA Republicans have done, and you look at the definition of fascism, and you think about what they're doing in attacking our democracy.
Oh, so I said that I'd do it until I couldn't hold it anymore, and that's where I can't hold it anymore.
I'm sick of the phrase "attacking our democracy."
Look, I'm sick of democracy. Look, I'm gonna say it out loud. YouTube, my channel might go blank, but I have somewhere to go if that happens now. So I'm just gonna say it. Gang rape is a democracy. 2 wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner is a democracy. Our founders knew what democracy was and very intentionally did not design one. That wasn't even an argument. There was no, hey, let's have a pure democracy faction in the Constitutional Congress, motherfuckers.
I have things to say that will get you banned off YouTube.
I know. So
you know how I know they'll get you banned off YouTube?
Because it happened. So let me ask then this, gentlemen, am I correct in my gut feeling that this was deliberate and that this is a
no?
Oh, you don't think so?
Joe, go. Then I'll talk.
They're trying to poke the bear. They want to cause a reaction so that they can overreact back and say, "See, we told you these people were dangerous," and someone's going to give it to them.
I'm gonna give you my wisdom that I gathered for myself so that I can give Don some time to collect his thoughts. This was the wisdom that Watcher. I have to go for a very long drive every month, and I'm not going to say why, but it's a very long drive, and I happen to like that because
How long?
10 hours.
Ooh,
yeah, it's not bad.
I appreciate that you didn't oversell that.
Yeah,
like I talk to people, and they're like, "I got to take a really long drive," and I'm like, "How long?" They're like 30 minutes. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Takes me 30 minutes to go to the fucking store.
Yeah, it's so I do a 10-hour once a month, and it's my time to unplug, and it all comes in, and then I think about it, and instead of like posting my thoughts, I actually digest them for a while. And one of the things that I was thinking about is the following. It was something we kind of mentioned earlier. And it was something that somebody came on our channel and told us that we disagreed with them, but the more I think about it, I'm not saying I agree with him or his presentation, but I am saying I agree with some of the things he was saying. And that is, if you understand how power really mechanically works in a country, if you understand how revolutions are actually mechanically waged, you know that what you need are people who hold key positions of power. And you also know that at current, we have exactly none of those.
So, man.
And so my advice currently is to prepare in case you are given no other option, but fight this medically.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Don.
So for those of you who are general me watchers, none of this is news. All right, you're gonna hear me say things that I've said 1,000 times before. They're acting like they've won. All right, and that's important because they think they have enough power to exert that the costs are limited, no matter how brutal they are. You can look at Stalin to look at how that goes. The Holodomor is a prime example. You don't have to believe that they've won. You have to understand that they believe they've won. It is no longer a discussion of what the outside view is. They think no matter how hard they clamp the fucking lid, that it will be acceptable. They think that because, and I'm going to be vaguely generous here, and you're not going to believe that based on what I'm going to say, but I'm going to be vaguely generous here. They think that because you've been a giant bucket of fucking pussies for the last 100 years. You have gotten your ass pounded, and you've done nothing about it. In fact, generally speaking, at worst, you have fucking talked about how it could have been better when you got your ass pounded. And the subsequent generation of you from each individual pounding has said, yeah, that pounding was great. On the other hand, this pounding could be better. Dear anyone to the right of Mao, I'm talking to you. You sucked it the fuck up. You thought it was okay to put up with their bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. You came up with your fucking excuses. You whined, you bitched, you moaned. But no less, you accepted. You did. You didn't get out in the streets and burn down half the country like Antifa did. You didn't go out there and vote out every Republican who even vaguely agreed with this. You didn't even so much as tell the guy next door, hey, this is bullshit. You didn't do it.
Fuck, hold up.
You shouldn't discuss religion or politics.
You didn't even vote out in red states obvious. In fact, in red states, you have constantly voted out people who are on your school boards trying to stand up for your children, and voted in leftists because, oh yeah, he's just a teacher. Well, I knew him growing up. There's no way he could be that bad.
Fucking told you I was trying to be generous. Didn't I?
Yeah,
I just said
I
I'm
get
trying
you.
to be generous.
I get you, but do we deserve
You need to understand this is your fucking failure. All right. You, whoever the fuck you are that's watching this, you have let this carry on. You have decided that this is acceptable. You decided that making more money, getting a boat,
Want to watch Netflix
sitting
instead.
on that boat, Netflix, I don't know, fucking the threesome you had with your mother. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you decided whatever it was more important than fixing this. That's called a revealed preference. You had two choices. You picked one. Your preference is revealed. All right. You didn't get out there and spend time convincing your neighbor. You didn't get out there and fucking tell people, hundreds of people, thousands of people, right, that you don't want this. It's called revealed preference. It's a real thing. You had options. You picked one. That was what you wanted. The end. There's not a debate about that. That's how it works. And you can make your excuses. You can fucking tell me that, oh, Don, I couldn't have told my boss. Fine. You couldn't have told your boss except for cost. And what you chose was cost too high, telling boss not that important. Deal with it. You don't have to like it. You don't. I don't have to like it. But the reality is the revealed preference of the right is to get shit fucked repeatedly forever. All right? And if you don't like that, you think that's bullshit,
change it.
Fix it.
Change it.
Your revealed By the way, I'm a guy who spent 5 years on the internet being called a fucking asshole, a shithead, a grifter. By the way, I make no money. Literally none. A piece of shit and a liar.
Look, he makes so little money, he had to film himself laying pipe earlier. All right?
Unironically true. All right. But, you know, I might have to risk my job. Look, I've had to disown half my fucking family. All right? And that's unironically true. I've had a bunch of leftists say, hey, if you raise your child with discipline, I'm going to report you to CPS. And unironically, I've told my own brother, if I ever fucking see you again in person, I'll shoot you. That's a fact.
Look, Chat, did I not say this? Did I not say this the other night, Chat? As much as it may hurt you, I told you that your future will be a better place if you take the people in your life who are either leftists or are weak-willed people that will cave, and you move and don't tell them where you're moving to.
Fact. And look, that's a discussion of your weakness, right? Hey, and look, you can get upset at me about how I'm judging you or what the fuck ever, but the simple reality is I'm observing you. I see what this comes down to. You don't want to push back. You don't want to be called a racist or a sexist or a bigot or a homophobe. And so when somebody says, oh, but it's primarily black people that have outstanding student debt disproportionately, you go, oh, man, well, I guess we should forgive student debt. Shut the fuck up. Stop this. No more talking for a second and go, well, should forgive student debt regardless? Right. And that question is outside of, I'm not going to be kidding. I'm not going to kid you. The vast majority of people's fucking idea. Like, hey, is this a good principled idea? Should we do it? No. It's all about guilt and whining and bitching and safety and
well, and you can tell that by the way they're doing it. The way they're doing it exposes it too. Because there are so many better ways that actually make sense if this was your intention.
And so, the one word that is always dead, 100% of the time, is responsibility. That's why alleviating responsibility is the description of the left. You know what happens when you alleviate responsibility?
You allow others to take responsibility for you, and you might not like the way they do that.
Doesn't matter though, right? It's no longer your thing, right? You don't own it. Oh, somebody got hurt on the job. That's not my fault. It's OSHA's fault because OSHA didn't tell me what was acceptable. No, fuck you. All right. I got a guy who works with me on a regular basis, and he spent all his life in trades with just OSHA sucking the fucking dick of everything he does. Almost every day. This guy comes to. In fact, at this point, he calls me Old Man River. That's not a joke.
I have one thing I have to add to this. If it's not OSHA, it's the fucking unions. If it's not OSHA, it is the fucking unions, brother.
Same thing. They're two sides of the same coin, right? But this guy, he calls me Old Man River. Why? Oh man, OSHA told me we have to do it this way. No. Break out some rope. This piece of steel that you just got hanging around, and just fucking muscle that shit in the right way. OSHA would never let me do that. Yeah, it's 100 times easier, but these guys will stop you from being productive because 1 in 25 million people got hurt doing it. All right. And you need to understand those are the rules, right? We only did this thing for 250 years and 4 guys got hurt in that time. Is the problem that we've been doing the thing, or is the problem that 4 guys are fucking retards? All right. And that's how it is. And so again, this is a guy who works for me who is very skilled. And I mean that literally. He's a very skilled guy. He's done a lot of trade work over a long time, right? And he's a great guy. Love him to death. Unironically, drove 1,500 miles one way to get this guy to come work with me. But he's been dealing with OSHA bullshit. And he's like, man, like today, laying a lot of pipe. Hey, yo. And he's saying, laying this pipe is killing me. And I went, well, what are you doing? Right? Because stupid me was like, oh, there's 1,000-year-old trade rules, so we do that. And he goes, oh, I'm doing it this way. And this way comes down to just muscle it. Like, well, you could do that, I guess, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, well, we're just muscling it. Okay, well, grab a rope, lean back. That's all I'm saying. Brace the rope on something, just lean. And he went, holy shit, this is the easiest fucking pipe laying I've ever done in my life. This happened today. All right? This guy's probably laid fucking 10,000 feet of pipe, not just because he's a Marine, but also because he's a Marine. And I walked out there, and I showed him what I was talking about, and he went, hey, man, you need to show me more of these Old Man River tricks. And I went, well, look, the simple reality, brother, is you showed up after OSHA said this is dangerous. And here's why OSHA said it was dangerous. So don't do that. Right? Like, that's dumb.
Yep.
No one does it. But, like, in case it ever comes up, never do it. Because that's dumb. And he went, no, that sounds fucking stupid. Are you fucking kidding me? And I went, no, that's why you're not allowed to do this on job sites anymore. Right? And it literally turned about 5 guys worth of work into 2 guys worth of work. And twice as fast.
That's part of it. That's part of why they do what they're doing. Look, I said this before, and I said it when we were talking about the pipeline shit. If you don't think that we could actually get this shit done in time to prevent people from freezing this winter, you're delusional. We've done it before. So, it'll be fucking messy. It wouldn't be an actual real pipeline. What you'd end up having is a series of like the short-term military pipelines that can get you like 25 miles that they can set up anywhere in 24 hours, right?
Yeah. So there's 2 questions I got to answer. Is Dawn invoking Nope again? No. This is my own personal anger with this shit. I realized Nope reflects a lot of this. And for those of you who don't know, this is unironically, if you know, you know. Nope is a very big part of my own personal community. Has been for a long time, will be forever. I love Nope to death. And for the rest of you who are like, oh my god, he's mean to me, quit being a faggot. Unironically, the rules. Nope will ask you a lot of questions, and the moment you be an asshole, he'll call you every name that has ever existed.
Real quick, Papa Hotep says he just wants to laugh every time you say lamp. Well, brother, you missed the part where his wife was in chat saying that she's the one who's got video. I mean,
oh man, there's a reason we're saying lamp. Like it's a continued meme now.
Go ahead. Oh, Joe, you're muted.
I got to teach a class in the morning, and I got to drive to do it, so I got to sign off.
Much appreciated. Hey, I was happy to have you here, brother. Are we going to see you tomorrow evening for poker? Oh, that's right. You already threatened to take all of our money.
Hey, remind me, gents. I'll be back for poker. I enjoy it.
All right, man. By the way, Don, feel free to take off at any time. I am feeling extremely anxious. Oh, by the way, Joe, thank you so much, brother. Everybody, you should go buy Joe's most recent book. It is fantastic.
Joe, for fuck's sake, what book did you most recently write? And tell us about it.
All right, so I most recently wrote Scouting and Patrolling. So Marines love that manual, a classic Marine Corps manual.
Oh, yeah. one that really got used a lot in those videos we watched earlier today with the autists. Right,
actually. So I took it and modernized it and demilitarized it. Right, I took it down to the level of the average citizen and what you could do. Took out all that. Hey, lay back and call for artillery or call for air. Well, you can't do that, so we might as well just not do it. And I put in all the fancy. Ambush formations and patrol formations. Stole some from the Rhodesians and the South Africans and the Australians, and kind of threw it all into a little thing to help you prepare your group for spicy times and protecting your neighborhood or your farm or your people, and how to do that. So that's book 4. Book 5 is going to come out, and it's going to be like a first aid book. So it's going to be a little more austere first aid, right? Not anything high tech, just stuff you can do when there's no doctors around. So, and good stuff. You can buy them on my website or over at tactical-wisdom.com/books or on Amazon. Either place.
And if you doubt the Marine Corps ability to be flexible outside of combat or outside of traditional supply line combat, may I point you to the case of that time the Navy and handed control of the fake IRGC stand-in over to a Marine Corps general, a 1-star, and he proceeded to utterly kick the shit out of the combined services for the next 4 days of operations.
Hey Joe, have you read the guidebook for Marines? I assume you have. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Right.
Hold on. I got several copies going back,
So, as a general question, are we making the guidebook for Marines available to civilians without all the things that Marines have to offer? Is that the job here?
Is that what now? The last part?
The job here.
Is that your job?
Yeah. Well, not really, but kind of.
Well, it's also mixing it with some stuff that has come along since, right?
Well, hey, look, man. The Marine Corps is a little set in its ways, we'll say.
So we're kind of unleashing the chains, and I'm putting in some things from the private military contracting world and some things from other parts of the English-speaking world where they might have a little bit looser rules, like South Africa and Rhodesia and Australia, and pretty interesting stuff.
So is it pretty fair to say that, like, look, man, I've read the guidebook for Marines cover to cover. It will tell you how to take care of yourself.
Yes, it is. Look, I'm going to let Joe go, and I'm just going to give a testimonial of somebody who's been thumbing through them in my spare time.
Well, hold on a minute.
Okay.
The guidebook for Marines will pretty well tell you to take care of yourself unto itself. However, it is very obviously written for Marines. Like, oh, you went through Marine Corps boot camp. You went through at least MCT. You get what not everybody gets, right? You already got some specific time and training. Is it more than fair to say that your job as Joe Le Badass Dolio ruler of Joe's hose is taking all that information that is in fact fucking great information about how to live life in combat and making that very available to civilians.
Yes, and making it not jargony and not rigid like the Marine Corps is.
Easy to understand. Yeah, man. Because, I mean, hey, look, 13 weeks of boot camp will leave a fucking stain on your life, right?
Yeah.
You know, there are guys who spent 2 months in Fleet Marine Force, but like, you know, they got hit by a truck or whatever. And the Marine Corps was like, all right, you can't do combat things. But they're still fucking Marines.
Yeah.
And that's how they are. Are we working on taking all of that, take care of yourself, adapt, overcome, fucking mission, win, etc., and dissolving that, dispersing that, I guess, down to average everyday life?
That's what I'm doing. And what's great about these books is at the end of every chapter, just like in the Marine Corps, there's the training standard, right? This is where you need to be when you're done with this. So don't move on to the next chapter until you are here, right? And it breaks it down Barney style. And
so that's kind of important, right? Because well, hold on a bit. Like let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's very easy to lay out like a set of you need to be able to walk 10 clicks, you need to be able to, I don't know, lift 50 pounds of gear, you need to be able to shoot on the move, blah blah blah. It's easy to say these things in the abstract, but if you can't do all of them together, then you're pretty fucked.
Well, that's it. And you know what? I stay away from the shooting piece of it because quite frankly, if you don't already have that, you don't have any business learning anything else, right? So get that somewhere. This is taking the field skills, right? How to move, how to walk, how to move in a formation, and how to do all that kind of stuff. How to set up a campsite so that you don't poison yourself with your water source.
Don't piss where you get water.
Yeah, right. So all that kind of good stuff.
Can I make a suggestion for Joe in the future? And I say this knowing I'll never write this book, so by all means, write this book. Look, you should know how to shoot when you get here. You should know what basic fundamentals are, but not everybody does, right? There's a lot you can write down that will be transferable knowledge. And if all you did was write range of grass sweep, and you wrote it straight taken out of the Marine Corps manuals. I was talking to the guy earlier. I mentioned, I got this guy here with me, and he's a Marine. And he and I were talking today. Hey, man, I'm better with a rifle than anyone I've ever met in person. I'm sure Michalek kicks my ass. On the other hand, I don't meet Michalek on a Tuesday afternoon, right? And you can learn this stuff out of the book. It does do the job for you. Maybe you should.
Well, I think the key point of the books and why they're all small and field sizes, because you got to get out with a group and do what's in them. You can't just read it, right?
No, that's a fact. But you can lay down some like, hey, here's some good individual training.
Well, actually, in fact, speaking of individual training, Joe just laid out in the chat that apparently they're going to be having some individual trainings, and you should watch his website for information about that, Chet.
Yeah, I'm doing a class tomorrow, and we're going to start doing more of them. Some of them are even going to be weekend-long classes where I give you a grid location and say, hey, meet me here. You and your people, meet me here. We're going to spend the entire weekend off-grid doing stuff. And maybe we dig some fighting holes. Maybe we set up a couple of RON sites.
Hey, root cellars. Root cellars.
That's right. Oh, you missed that this morning. Did you see that this morning, Don? When Stan told me, oh no, it was in the private chat. Stan told me, he goes, my architect is looking at my plans for the Montana ranch, and he's like, why do you need so many root cellars all over the property?
Because I like to eat, bitch.
He's like vegetables.
Well, yeah, that's what he said.
No, it's a real, like, there's a lot of ass bleeding detail to go in all the way down. You know? And look, I've read some of Joe's stuff, and he'll carry you straight from like look, I've done a lot of things in my life, and so I read Joe's stuff, and I'm like, yes. Gotcha, yeah. If that's not you, if you live in a city, if you didn't join the Marine Corps, didn't grow up doing farming, didn't grow up digging holes, didn't grow up living the hard life, Joe will walk you hardcore into all of this, right? So, yeah, I lived my weird life where I was doing, both square foot gardening and raised beds 25 years ago, all right? And I know the effects of those things. And if you are not that person, Joe's going to cut out all the bullshit that I went through, that whatever fads went through, and he's going to be like, this is how you make it happen. This is how you live. And it's like almost no, if you're carrying a book this thick, like that's distilled information. Deal with it.
Yeah, they're pretty basic and down to the easy level. And I've got a bunch more planned. We're going to make a whole series so that you really can walk from the beginning into the end, right? The first book takes you through the basic stuff you need to have. The second book gives you basic skills. Then we build on that as we're moving on. So all going to be good stuff. All right, boys, I got to jump out. I will catch you all later.
Peace out, Joe.
Don, I'm going to send you a DM right quick, and I will
brother.
catch you guys all tomorrow.
All right, man. Good to talk to you, man.
All right, man.
See you soon.
We'll see you.
Magroot, no idea what you mean by caches are a good thing, but interesting. I don't know. Is there a future class schedule on the website? Yes, you need to go to tacticalwisdom.com. Tacticalwisdom.com for all your tactical wisdom needs. Yeah. Hey, Don, how you doing, man?
Good.
It's been a lot of alcohol, buddy.
Look, oh man,
feeling toasty.
I'm only half a fifth of whiskey, and I'm good. So
I wanted to show you this, if nothing else, before we leave. This is just the beginning little bit here.
Private Tuck is a funny little codger with a smile, a funny smile.
Woodrow Wilson changed everything. No, wait, don't click off. He really did. We seem to have this idea that the more famous presidents are only so famous because they were the most influential, for good or bad. But there have been a few cases, simply due to the span of time, some presidential legacies sort of just get swept under the rug, forgotten by the public, with most never knowing the good, or as
Oh, Stevie J, you taking off? Oh, you're saying bye to Joe. Okay, and I finally got what you meant by caches, Mugroot. It was something, I don't know what it was, but it was placed there earlier, and then suddenly I remembered what it was and went back to it later.
By the way, gents, I'd like to tell all of you and the four ladies that exist here, Watcher is not simply limited to the idea of buying a pilot's license. So he hypothetically could buy better drones if you donated more fucking money. I'll do that by going over to entropystream.live. Go over there, presumably /Watcher on the web.
I need to, you know what? In fact, I'll take it over because I need to learn how to do this more efficiently and remember to do it on my own. So entropystream.live app /the Watcher on the web. Remember, anywhere you find me, it's always the Watcher on the web, at least in this iteration until I get banned. In fact, I think I just crossed 2,000 followers on Twitter, and I've said
you
for a while,
fucking gangsta.
I am pretty sure that's when they're gonna fuck me. Because I've noticed a series of things with my friends. But anyways, let's
ain't wrong, brother.
Let's get into why Wilson sucks.
We'll eventually get into the really, really bad. James K. Polk, as an example, is one of the least thought of presidents, alongside good old John Tyler or...
That may have been true until They Might Be Giants dropped that song, because I don't care what you think about their politics, that song's a fucking banger.
Martin Van Buren. But Polk was actually incredibly influential, being the main politician behind annexing Texas, going to war with Mexico, and taking half of its land under manifest destiny. But it was the 1840s, so who cares now? Woodrow Wilson got the same treatment too. To the common public, he's really just remembered for World War I and those 14 points you had to study in high school. But
look at Don's face.
then, nothing more. In reality, Woodrow Wilson was not just one of the most influential presidents in US history. His policies and strange philosophies defined the 20th century and the international problems we face today. More
I knew you would love this. So this is 30 minutes and I'm not going to make you sit through it. But chat, know that this exists, and if you want to know what our problems with Wilson
we're
are,
105 seconds in. I have spent multiple years defining why this guy's a fucking asshole. From the incredibly autistic down to policy by policy, what he did, etc., etc. It doesn't matter what definition you have of Wilson being an asshole. You are correct.
not just a asshole, the asshole.
Oh, by the way, if you hate the CIA, Wilson is responsible.
Yep. Hey, real quick, here's just something that I want to point out that just came across my desk. Tucker has been a real thorn in the side of the leftists for a minute now. And apparently they decided to not just dox him, but dox him with specific instructions about egress into his home.
All right, so, gents, the correct answer to this, and I'm not going to kid you, sadly, Tucker lives in a shitty place. But the reality is, this is why the right needs to do things like move to Texas or Florida, right? Oh, there's protesters. Run them over, shoot them, do whatever you want. Just tell them to leave. And let me tell you right now, dear Tucker, I, a stupid jarhead who is 10 years out of service, will more than happily stand on your front lawn in front of an army of leftist protesters.
But I'm not going to do it.
Stack bodies like it's cool.
But I'm not going to do it in a shitlib place. That's not going to happen.
And that's the reality, right? Like, move to Texas, bitch. Hey, you're going to buy, I don't know, 50 acres or some shit. You're going to build your media complex on your 50 acres. And I will happily stand guard for free or effectively close to, I don't give a shit, simply to mow down a mountain of Antifa that I can just shit on their bodies. And I will.
Hey,
right.
Murgoot, I have never seen you in the chat before, and I have to say welcome. I think you found a place that you fit in.
Well, he's good people.
Oh, okay, so he's one of yours. All right, there's a lot of your hooligans that float around here.
I have a weird army of plebs.
I've noticed, largely do-gooders.
Yeah. Look, I love the vast majority of my audience. 90% of the people who follow me are, like, at absolute worst, great people who make mistakes. And that's the worst that they are. I love you guys to death. I'm sorry I can't create content like I'd like to. Part of what's going on is that literally I set up some of these lights today. All right. And I refuse to put up some low budget fucking horseshit production that is just gay. I'm not that guy. I've been doing this too long. The expectation that I should look like a fucking 720p webcam is like, it's not a thing. I get it. But equally speaking, you know, hey man,
he's busy laying pipe, guys. Look at how tired the man is. Look, he's dripping. He's wet. He's a dolphin.
Unironically true. You know, it's, and I wish I could give you just you guys like, hey, this is what we're doing today. But the reality is, like, I exist in political YouTube. And as much as I unironically told the fascists, you know, hey, you think war is fucking peak mentality? Come down here and show me. Fascists are indeed pussies. These people want somebody else to go
why they're
live
fascists.
peak manhood.
It's why
Unironically.
Unironically, it's why. Like, I'm not even making fun of them. This is just purely
I
from a
am
clinical
making fun of them.
You can, but I'm just saying purely from a clinical perspective. This is like they are fascists because they don't have certain traits which allow them to operate well in a free environment, and they find that the only way they can really operate is to gang up with a bunch of their friends and beat the shit out of people till they get what they want.
And hey, look, man, I'll take Watcher, and then you risk 3 guys with an EGA, and I mean that unironically. I don't care if they're fat, old, 95 years old, kind of old.
We'll
basically unable to hold a fucking rifle, kind of old.
We'll stack bodies at yard markers.
Oh man, right? Like,
if you can't, brother, if you can't see, if you're too old to see to hold a rifle, we will set up yard markers and we'll get you some fucking bifocals.
And I'll tell your bitch ass to come get some. You know, I unironically did this on the channel a while ago. And you know what happened is every single fascist faggot came up with some excuse why they couldn't fucking show up to peak humanity in their own opinion.
Well, hold on,
fascism
because
thinks war is peak humanity.
Because
by all means,
remember this.
Show me.
Not just that, but remember, they continuously refuse to even show up to a debate. They won't even show up to talk to people.
That's right. You know, but hey, man, talking isn't peak humanity. So cool, I got you. You know, like, look, dear fascists, I'm very easy to dox. You know, my full name is out there. I don't even fucking hide my number, right? Like, you can fucking Google my name and find out where I live. So by all means, you douchebags, you're not invited onto my property, but you want to come down here and tell me what war is about? Let's have that discussion in the true fashion of what war is about. Oh, bro, your Jewish daddy thinks it's time to have a war. They need something to ban guns. Shut up, pussy. Stop making excuses.
Stack up or shut up.
Stack up or shut up. And look, man, I got me and 1 Marine here, so I'm sure you're gonna bring 45 of your friends because you're a bunch of pussies. All right, there's 2 of us, right?
Well,
if we kill any less than 44 of you before you run the fuck off, I think we failed. All
well,
right? and that's how it is.
Well, there's at least 3 of us because Chesty's always here in spirit, and then there's definitely a 4th of us because actually maybe a 5th even. Stoner would be there in spirit as well, if you know what I mean.
That's what I'm talking about. But you know, hey, look, you want to come down and show me what you know about war? I'm here. You know, you're not allowed on my property. Fuck you. But you're gonna come down here and tell me, right? I invite you to my front fucking door, insofar as that is the street, right? You're allowed to stand on the street in a public byplace. Then I can't say anything about it. So you come down here and you tell me what you know about war. Don't be no pussy though, right? You're fucking fascist, right, bro? You got it. Come down here and you fucking lay down some hate and get discontent. You find out what you find. Because we're a bunch of fucking stupid assholes who fucking love trannies or whatever the fuck you people say, right? And we definitely don't love violence, right? We have no idea what violence is.
Yeah,
That's right.
Can I talk? Let's get real weird here for a second, Don. Let's get real fucking weird here for a second. Boy, let's talk about the tranny thing for a second here, boys.
Sure.
Marines were well aware of the tranny thing
before you were.
A very long time before you were, and had very interestingly been a lot more accommodating to it than you would think.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying it's great, but I am saying that it's not about your gender identity.
Oh man, look. You know, one of the weird downsides of the Marine Corps is that it is the tip of the spear. Hands down, right? And that's not because, but like you don't think people should plunge into the enemy? Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Equally, though, the Marine Corps attracts some weird ass motherfuckers. Not kind of weird ass motherfuckers.
Facts.
Real, legit weird ass motherfuckers.
Facts.
There are some people I met in the Marine Corps who, like, you're basically a sociopath.
Oh, absolutely. Look. In fact, dude, have you seen The Expanse or have you read any of the books?
No.
I will get you some of the books for free because it is the most accurate. Look, do you have sociopaths that you legitimately love as a person? Like they're your brother, right? Like, well, no question about it.
There's a few of them. That's how this game goes.
There's a character in there named Amos, and he is legitimately the most accurately written sociopath I've ever seen in my life, and he occupies that space. And it's the only time I've ever seen it in any kind of fiction ever. It's
so like, you know what's funny? You're every Marine everywhere. Like you've dealt with the phrase, mission accomplishment before troop welfare. And you want to know what a sociopath is you take out the words troop welfare. That's it. You want to know if you got a sociopath? Like, oh, we're just going to accomplish the mission. Like,
well, boy,
hey, sir, we're literally going to have to eat babies. Cool, accomplish the mission.
Boys, boys, let me tell you, in fact, Sharp, we were just watching Sharp, chat, G Pleb. If you haven't seen Sharp, first of all, they've got it for free on YouTube. Second of all, it's one of the best series that Britain ever made. It's about the Napoleonic War, and it's essentially like an idealized version of what a British soldier should have been, based on a book series written around that time period. And It's done by Sean Bean, who this is the only thing he never dies in.
Wow,
I know.
Impressive.
It's damn impressive. In fact, that's
fair, he didn't die in Ronin.
Oh, that's true. Well, here's my theory: is that he should have died so many times in Sharp and didn't. That Sharp used up all the narrative lives from all the others, and that's why Stark got the axe. It's why all these other characters died, guys.
So,
but here's the deal. So they say in it that there's two kinds of officers. You've got killing officers and murdering officers, and there are no other types, and I thoroughly agree with this. And here are the facts.
Yep. I don't even want to hear the argument. I agree.
You have killing officers who are officers that will get you killed by accident, and they'll probably feel kind of bad for it. And then you've got murdering officers, and murdering officers will get you killed on purpose to further a cause. They will spend you.
Yep. So, look, dear guys everywhere, this is true to all leadership you'll ever have. And the argument's a little cynical, right? Because it sort of rules out good leadership. But let's rule out good leadership for a moment. You're not always gonna have guys that take care of you, that are in charge of you, right? And I don't care if you're a programmer, you're fucking a bricklayer, or a fucking, trigger puller. In the end, your boss takes care of you or he doesn't. And that's it, right? Like, my personal preference, and this is true to the guys who work for me today, is I'm going to work you till you bleed. All right? Like, if blood did not occur, I probably failed.
Hey, Don, do you have the same experience I do, in that one of the ways you can tell if your officer is the kind that protects his men or not, pretty simply, is he being persecuted and being kicked out of the Marine Corps?
Pretty much. Like, he may not be being kicked out of the Marine Corps, but he ain't getting promoted. That's for fucking sure. Yeah. He's going to make captain, and that's it.
Tops.
Yep.
No.
100%.
Very rarely will they make captain, and if they make captain, they are so fucking worn out. They're probably a Mustang, first of all. They're almost universally Mustangs, right? By the way, for those of you who are unaware, Mustang is a Marine Corps term for somebody who first served as an enlisted man and then served as an officer, which is viewed as the proper way to do things.
At least from the enlisted side. But look, the deal is that by the time you hit major, it's all politics, right? You get to take care of your troops as a lieutenant or a second lieutenant or a first lieutenant and a captain, right? You may not always make the right decision or whatever, but by the time you hit major, you hit 50-50 at best that they're not political entities. And by the time you hit light colonel, they're politicians. You're talking to a House member, right? These guys are just dick-sucking fags.
100%.
And dear Lieutenant Colonel, not faggot, all four of you.
Your types are gone.
Right.
They've
all
been
four
replaced.
of you. all four of you since 1776.
I say,
I don't mean you.
Hold on, we can name even a couple of them just right, like Smedley, not you, Smedley.
Smedley, Chesty, you know.
It's kind of it.
What happens to these guys? They get kicked out of the Marine Corps, right? So, for all of you that are looking for the weirdness that is us Marines, and I'm not going to kid you, right? Watcher, have I ever met you in person?
No, not yet. We need to, but we're both pores.
Well, you ain't wrong, right? But like, I've never seen you. I've never shook your hand. You're more my brother than the guy that was born to my mother.
Well, we touched souls at one point. See, we both stood on these weird yellow footsteps.
That's right. You know, and I didn't get buddy fucked by you.
No,
right?
no.
You know, you carried the weight. You carried it for somebody else, but you carried it for somebody else, sort of in my name, right? Just like I did for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We never met in the world, but I had told some guy who controlled my life to go fuck himself for you.
You know what? I'm gonna even say something that'll make some people on both sides uncomfortable. Some of my best friends in the Marine Corps who stacked serious fucking bodies were gayer than Liberace.
By the way, you want to talk about a place where fags don't matter? Hey,
At
man, one of my corpsmen was so fucking gay that it's basically impossible to describe. And I didn't care, because if he could plug the holes in my fucking body,
that's it.
Then
that's it.
That's
competence.
What
competence?
There was a mission. That mission mattered, right? So if you're a giant fucking fag, good for you. Plug holes, bitch. And if you showed up to me and you went, I'm gay, so I shouldn't have to plug holes, I'd have shot you myself and plugged the holes myself.
Can I just tell you fucking how hilarious it is that it was a corpsman? Like, God, nobody dropped out of a run in your battalion.
It was the Navy, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, when it's totally confirmed, everybody's eyeing him real funny when he's standing there at the beginning of the march with the silver bullet in hand, being
right.
Like,
yeah, he's licking it.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Like, it's sort of like I tongued your asshole if I put this in you. Right?
Booty goons everywhere.
But that's the thing, right? You go to Jarheads and we expect to die. We expect that nobody cares if we die, honestly.
Yeah.
Except Marines.
Just us. Look, and let me bare my soul real quick for a moment. Let me tell you how utterly true that is. A friend of mine committed suicide. His wife would not allow us to attend the funeral. She wouldn't even allow him to be buried with
that's brutal.
She wouldn't even allow him to be buried with a proper headstone. It took us 6 years to fight in court in order to get him a headstone. And when we did, we made sure it was the we laser engraved an image that we had of him from Afghanistan.
into a giant marble son of a bitch and slapped it on there.
This is the thing that I never can convey to people. And I can't probably do it now. Marines that you know love other Marines that you know, even though they've never met. If you've met two Marines on two different coasts, those guys love each other in a way that you'll never know. They might hate everything about each other. Their political differences might not align. They may or may not go to war over pineapple on pizza
until somebody proves themselves to be a scumbag. Because as I've said before, we've got our fair share.
And you know what? The reality is, we just assume you're the good guy
until you prove us wrong.
You're a good Marine until you prove us wrong, right? Because that's how the Marine Corps goes. We do not care what it is that you think or what it is that you do. We love you. And we love you in a way that most people don't understand. They think that how you love your family is how you love Marines. But it's not the same. Because you know what? I've written off a lot of family. I've written off a lot of family who would buddy fuck me every day of the week. And they've done so. I'm not lucky in the genetic lottery in that sense. My family fucks me over regularly.
Same, brother.
Marines, on the other hand, there's this weird thing where I come to them and I go, hey, I need a thing. And they go, what do you need? How much hurt can I sustain to get you what you need? Can I still keep breathing and keep you afloat? And it's guys you ain't seen in 10 years, guys you ain't seen, some guys you ain't never met. Hey, brother, I'm fighting this thing and it's this rough, it's this hard. What do you need? I need money. How much money? $40,000. Here's $500. I'm going to go tell 100 of my friends who are Marines. We'll all get you $500. We'll take care of you. We got you. But tomorrow, when you aren't getting fucking nuked in the face,
it's time to help out too.
It's time to fucking put your shoulders up and not be a fuckface. And this is the expectation of the Marine Corps. Is the guy that's down, you fucking drop that shit. You fucking make it happen. Right? And you do that right up until he proves that he's not a guy who should be there. And right then, you let him go. The Marine Corps is brutal. It is.
It is.
Well, no better friend, no worse enemy. They told you on day one.
Nobody promised you a rose garden. All right, guys, hold on. I've got some stuff in chat I got to get to. And then, Don, we have to at least go over this story because this is so fucking wacky.
Get some, brother.
So, all right. So, the one I definitely wanted to address is from a random NPC over on Entropy who says, sociopath does not equal psychopath. Know the difference because you can work with a psychopath. Correct. You cannot work with a sociopath.
We should not discuss the number of psychopaths in the Marine Corps.
Correct.
It's a lot.
And there are a few sociopaths as well. Boy, have I met more than a few. All right, yeah. So let's get into this. Don, the following is going to sound like a fucking Looney Tune. This is not scuttlebutt. This is there's hard documents supporting that the following actually happened. A Ukrainian woman got out of Ukraine during the war, has come to America. Before she got here, when she was in Europe, she got money and got here by posing as a Rothschild heiress. She got through with that scam enough to get to America, right? She then goes to Mar-a-Lago and and sells the scam there, and then was apparently arrested there by the FBI today.
Okay.
Well, this is a fucking Looney Tune, man.
The guy that sold an Eiffel Tower 5 times?
Yes, but that doesn't generally happen in the internet age, man.
You say that, but as long as you do it fast enough, it's good.
Yeah, factual. Guys, this is... when I say that there was an unrelenting torrent of news today, here's the New York governor telling 5.4 million Republicans to get out as well. Here is the declassification thing from the Trump documents. As I expected, folks. Again, let me tell you how little faith I have in the government. Before they declassified anything, I said very publicly, and I'll say it again, I don't even trust this to be the same document that they relied on in the first place. Whose word are we depending on that from, guys? Like, I'm done playing all these games. Like, there's no trust. Go.
You know what your real problem is declassification is black.
Yeah. Yeah, all of it. Look, their reason for it was black. Like, there's the thought that they'd even release this is guys, when the judge is involved in a case a month beforehand in which Trump is suing the Clintons, and this was the assigned judge, and he essentially stayed on long enough to get all of Trump's documentation and then recuse himself, and then he magically gets to be the one to do this case? Come on. This is if I wrote this into a novel and I submitted this to somebody, I would be fucking laughed out of a building multiple times. This is outrageous. I hate to say it, folks, but if you remember those scales that we were talking about when we had NC Scout on, we were talking about the revolution ladder. Today, all these events happening all at the same time, Zuckerberg coming out and very cavalierly telling everybody that yes, the FBI controlled our election. It's escalating quickly, boys. That's what the title's all about as well. Hold on, I have to log in to show you this one. This is from Grandma Pepe. Always good stuff from Grandma Pepe. By the way, Don, if you need to take off, you just say the word, buddy. We'll keep panning here for a few moments.
No, mostly just hammered.
Well, prepare to feel like you need more, because Mitch McConnell, in a single move today, essentially, in Grandma Kitty's opinion, handed the Arizona Senate, and therefore the Senate overall, to the Democrats. He pulled $10 million out of the Arizona and Alaska ad campaigns and are giving them to other places now.
All right.
Because of his...
Now we go to bed.
Yeah. I love you, brother. I'll see you later. You let me know when you want to talk next, all right?
You should fucking hit me at the shitpost general.
Will do. Okay. See you later, man. All right, everybody. I'm going to keep going, but we're going to switch over real quick to the actual newsroom view since it's just me in here now. And then we'll hit you up with this. There we go. For those of you who might be joining me over on Entropy that haven't seen the show before, we do Night Watch a lot, and we just roll through a bunch of stories because, boy, they seem to disappear quickly if I don't document them in some way. And it gives us a chance to kind of talk them over and research it live before you see it in some other show. Night Watch is generally kind of a chill place to just hang out together. Let me turn on some music, actually. I had some going earlier, but it keeled out on it. And boy, do we have a bunch of stories to get through before I'm going to bed. So let's make sure we grab them all. Let me grab this real quick. I think I want Smolder. That's such a good track set.
There we go. Much easier to listen to. All right, guys, so I don't know what else to say. We've said it a long time. The Republicans are controlled opposition, especially the Mitch McConnell wing. Mitch McConnell is... There are various reasons that it's pretty obvious what should be happening right now. Damn, it's midnight. You gotta go. All right, Murgoot, good to see you, man. Thanks for subscribing. I really appreciate you. We'll see you again here in the near future. So anyhow, the GOP Super PAC cancels ad buys for both Arizona and Alaska. And essentially his reasoning behind it is he doesn't believe that these Trump-endorsed candidates can win. When in reality, we all know that it's he doesn't want the Trump-endorsed candidates to win. He doesn't want to take the Senate. He'd prefer it if they stayed in the default position, both because that's what he's told to do, but the reasoning that he gives off for most people is that that's what allows us. We have more fundraising capability when that happens. It's sick, man. Anyhow, I don't know what else to say about this. It's not like they're the only money, but those are very important races, and he's throwing them on purpose. If this doesn't allow us to finally get him out, I don't know what does. So, look on the bright side as much as we can, folks. We can use this in order to show people very clearly why he needs to go. And then I think probably last, this was kind of interesting. So for those of you who don't know, Dr. Jordan Peterson was removed from Twitter because he posted the following right here. I won't read it because the leftists will use it as an excuse to take me down, but he has not deleted it, but he found that he needed to do some house cleaning on the account. Just take a couple things down, or move a couple things around, or change some titles or that kind of stuff. And then he posted the screenshot of the same post again. Although, were I him, I would have posted it along with, instead of an explanation, I would have just typed the same thing out again and then posted it as a screenshot. But it takes some serious balls. Take some serious balls, guys. I want to make sure that I thank everybody who donated earlier. I was a little bit blown away, and I wasn't sure what to say. I will be using this to grab my pilot's license, and I'll save up the rest of it because I'm going to be needing it for ordering gear samples for the channel. But that is going to allow us to expand and offer you guys more gear, so that'll be great. The pilot's license is only I think it's like I need to do a refresher course because when I took the course was when I first got it in the spring, and it's just like a YouTube for free course. Yeah. Murgoot, you have a good night, buddy. Anyhow, I'm quite excited about this chat because it allows me to do some stuff. What I need to do is find out what's a cool model you guys would like in return, because it's really not hard to go out and make a 3D model of these things with the drones, and because it's on public property, it really should not be any trouble at all. So you guys decide between like between tank or like anti-aircraft gun. What else? Buy a bigger drone. Man, I'm going to need to soon because I got a little teeny cheap one and it's got a 2.4 megapixel camera. But if I want to do any of the real estate jobs, which is where the really steady money comes from, then I need a 4K camera. Although that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to buy a new drone. I have looked into buying a camera that I can strap onto the drone that does 4K. And that is very doable for a lot less than a larger drone would be. Your nearest military installation. I'm not sure what that's in reference to there, random NPC. But yeah, so Big Jordan P coming back out swinging on his first day back on Twitter. I thought that was noteworthy. I'm wondering how long they'll let this stay up, or if they'll let it stay up, or if they're going to come after him. Not that I like Jordan Peterson. I liked him a lot more before his breakdown. I think that's kind of universally correct, right? Like, I think everybody agrees that he was putting out more stuff before then, and it was easier to listen to. He may have been a little more eloquent, right? I don't know. What do you guys think?
You guys watch any Jordan Peterson back in the day? Now it seems mostly like a lot of whining. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just, it is what it is. Bonk camera with the stick of upgrade. Yeah, brother, I hear that works. Really what it's going to be is one of those action cams. Is you're going to get I'll get a 4K action cam that's got a decent wide aspect angle. I'll probably go with one of the Heroes. Just because that's kind of universally what everybody seems to want to use. Although I don't really have to limit myself to that. I mean, technically I could build my own camera. It's a lot of work. You're neutral on Dr. Benzo. Yeah, right? You don't hate him. But it is because I don't expect much from a Leaf. Poor Leafs. Do we ever expect much from a Leaf? Is it ever fair to expect much from a Leaf? I don't know. Hey, I've got something weird here. There's a question that I didn't see before. So, do we add Repo Man the genetic opera to the You Are Here dystopian future Venn diagram? Brother, first of all, excellent callback there. I love that. Random NPC, I hope you're still here. Repo Man was great and weird, and I love it. And if I talk about it anymore, then I'm gonna start singing the Zydrate song, and I can't afford to do that. I don't have the money to pay back what they're going to want for that. They'll take at least a kidney. But yeah, man, I do. I think that as weird and eclectic and campy as that was, it does have something to add to where we're at. And honestly, it had something to add back then. It's just that I don't think the creators even knew about the Chinese organ harvesting stuff. By the way, I've noticed that my views have gone down pretty consistently since I talked about that earlier. Isn't that fun? YouTube. You guys over on Entropy, you seem to be chilling, and I like it. Back when he first kicked it off, you binged his lectures since they were interesting. But you don't really follow him anymore. Same. I got a book that he wrote. In fact, I was given a book that he wrote. And I got into him that way. But man, the apple juice thing, as petty as it is, like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of medication he was on interacts with it or whatever. Like, I can't say. I do know that whole thing feels weird, right? And the Michaela thing also feels odd. I don't know what's going on. Wait, apple juice? You don't know about the apple juice thing? Okay, hold on. I'll find it. It's tradition on this show that generally, if I can show instead of telling, I will. Jordan, and that one's going to be available for sure. So here we go. 1 minute.
One of the things that both Michaela and I noticed was that when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think we're allergic to, or allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah. It took me out for a month. It was awful.
Oh, hey, Emmanuel Presley. I didn't say hi before. I'm sorry about that, but hi.
Really?
Yeah. So I would say,
so,
look...
so this is right before this whole truth conversation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So I think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. Not because of talking.
Wait. Random NPC, is that actually true? Or is that just scuttlebutt? If that's true, god damn it. Fucking Leafs.
Talking to Sam. But it was
just physical.
Oh Jesus, I was so dead. But I didn't want to not do it because
apple cider. Like, what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom, And I seriously been overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Michaela knew by...
You know what's funny, though? Here's the thing. I don't want to knock him too much because the VA has actually put me on medications that gave me that exact same feeling. I don't know what chemically they would be similar, but I do know the feeling that he's talking about. And I know that when they put me on it with the medication, it took a really long time after I came off the medication to stop feeling that way. And like the feeling of impending doom is literally that pit of your stomach, like something is wrong, something is terribly, terribly wrong. You feel that way all the time. Like there's a shoe about to drop, there's an explosive about to go off. I know what he's talking about.
By that point, that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?
Yeah,
from
a month.
Fucking cider.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That
I'll
should
tell
kill
you how it's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
this is from fucking cider. From cider.
That's what we thought. Yeah.
If you don't know, maybe don't. Like, if you don't know, like, for sure, maybe don't bring it up on the Joe Rogan podcast. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's not me. It's a lot of pressure. But that's it. Dr. Jordan Peterson back on Twitter for now? Question mark? Alright guys, it's been a lot of fun. It's been very late. I think we've gone for 4 hours. I was planning on this just being a regular night watch, and then my Marine brothers jumped me right before I got in here. I want to say a huge thank you guys. Like I said, the donations tonight, amazing. I did not expect that, and I will put it to good work. Honestly, I'm just going to sit for a second and try very much not let myself off the hook to like, oh, I don't even know what to say. I'm so grateful, but like actually try. So I have been having a kind of an overwhelming feeling of impending doom, sort of like Dr. Peterson on apple juice in some ways, folks. And part of that feeling has come from that I am 100% disabled, and I can't, if the government collapses, I currently am dependent on my VA disability money, and I had started a business in hopes of freeing myself from that, and then this whole economic situation has made that pretty unfeasible. This gives me some hope, man. It gives me the ability, even if the power goes out, I have enough solar to be able to recharge that drone. And I've got enough other means that if I was making money on it, we could run the computer that actually does the calculations. And so that is a useful thing that the farmers around me can actually use me to do. You guys have made it possible that I can now actually like approach them legally and say, hey, I am a commercial drone pilot here. Let me do some scans for you for free to promote my business, because I've been trying to figure out a way to legally do that, chat. Because like basically I can do stuff that I want to do for fun, and I would like to go out and do these volumetric scans on crops for fun right now, because it's neat to like learn how that software operates. There's actually 3 separate bits of software that you have to operate together. It's a really neat thing. But I can't go to the farmer and say, hey, I want to do this, and I'll give you the scans. Because if I give him the scans, he's gaining an economic benefit from that fun flight that I did, and then that turns it from a fun flight into a thing that you have to have a pilot's license to do, right? You have a sense of impending doom after eating Chipotle. Augustus Tiberius, welcome to the club, my friend. Not just doom, but like impending skid mark. It's coming. It's coming for you, dear sir. God, it feels like the world's coming for us. And you guys have helped me feel a little bit like I can escape that. I am now going to be able to add a new useful trade to my skill sets. Taco Bell, says Patrick Kennedy. Patrick Kennedy, you're still here? Good God, my man. Thanks. I appreciate you still being here, but good God, my man. As a man, if I got my ass kicked by apple juice, I'd take that to the grave with me. That's what I'm saying. Look, unless I knew for a fucking fact, right? Because then I'd try and warn people and be like, hey, just so you're aware, this can be a thing. Like, it's possible that apple juice can kick your ass, right? But that I would need that to be fucking medically confirmed, tested 3 ways to Sunday. Like, I'd take a tiny dose of it later and then endure the week and a half of impending doom, just to be able to say, yeah, okay, it really was the apple juice. Like, it actually fucked me up in some way. But, like, if I don't know, that's not happening. Like, dear God. You gained a bunch from watching me? I'd like to think that, brother. Apart from entertainment value, I'm not sure what you guys get from watching me, but I appreciate it. Here's my deal. This is what my brain does anyway. I compulsively research news stories. I do a lot of weird stuff that would make it, like, I realized really early on, years ago, that, hey, you should, like, you've done shows before, you should take this and start doing another show. And just have it be a really free-form show. But look, I came up in the actual radio world, and so I kept being like, well, what's actually going to be the show format, and what's the subject, and what's the mission statement, and what's like all these other dumb bullshits. It took me so fucking long to just be like, you know what, just make an alter identity and just have fun with it. And I'm really, really glad I did, chat, because I tried to start something like this for the last several years. And I kept scaring myself out of it. Oh, you're getting ready for work. That's awesome, man. Hey there, Tien Giant. There's a couple of us lurking around. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, my man. This is my first night on Entropy Stream, and apparently I've been on the front page for a very long time now. Yes, the other thing I like about Entropy, I don't have to, like, target another stream from my side, so it doesn't take up any resources from my side. That's just, it's brilliant. Like, there's so many things about this. Random NPC, here's my compliment. I skipped a Rackets and Drex stream to keep watching you tonight. Holy shit, Rackets and Drex are together. By the way, guys, Drex has agreed to come on my show sometime soon. I know that's... I'm kind of in shock about that. But Drex has agreed to come on. We talked after he came on Andrew's stream for hours. We talked into the late morning until both of us were like, fuck, we both have shit to do tomorrow. Dude is a serious bro. I really like him, and we will be we will absolutely be having him on. Entropy puts all current streams on the front page. Oh, all of them. Okay, gotcha. As someone that used to love GloomTube and Happening Center, if you live stream good news coverage and deep lore, you're in every time. Stoli, that's what I do here, my man, as you know. Deep lore and news coverage, that's kind of it. Well, that and laughing. Like, guys, I have to make myself laugh, or I would not be here anymore, right? And I figure you guys probably need that too. Stevie J, hi, buddy. I'm a hoarder. Yeah, I've had that feeling from quitting meds too. Yeah, no joke, right? Drex watcher stream waits with bated breath. Yeah, I mean, don't wait too quickly. I've got a bunch of guests that have agreed to come on that are like shockingly big guests. That I found out basically as soon as you get into the YouTube space, there's a whole group of people that are just willing to collaborate with you. They just are. Like, they're good dudes and they're willing to give somebody a hand up. Which, can I tell you how fucking risky that is in the modern environment? Like, I've gained a lot of respect for some of these dudes, and they're not huge dudes, but some of them are big. Like, Legal Mindsets has got a decent sized channel, guys. And that dude treats me very well. Oh no, you get it. Laughing is your natural response to trauma in general. Yeah, right. You said hi to the other people in chat. Gotcha. Yeah, we have some new ones coming around. Augustus Tiberius comes occasionally, but I love the name. And some of the... Yeah. What's GloomTube, by the way? I kind of know about Happening Center, but I guess I'm a little boomer for GloomTube. Let me see if there's anything else that's come across. Oh, fun! The U.S. has now suspended Chinese airline flights in a COVID dispute. Oh, hey, look! Eye Patch McCain. What's he got to say?
You're going to pursue this criminal investigation. You have to prove intent.
That's not about the same thing. Why would you put that? What?
The 38-page app.
Why? This isn't a... I hate news sites. I hate them so much. Chat, look at this. Look at this utter bullshit. Ooh, this song's called Quixotic. It's by Palms, and it is excellent. I'm turning it up a bit because I want to jam to it. The Department of Transportation on Tuesday complained Beijing violated an air travel agreement and treated airlines unfairly under a new system that requires them to suspend flights if passengers test positive from COVID-19. U.S. regulators suspended 7 flights by Air China Limited from New York City and a total of 19 flights from Los Angeles by Air China, Eastern China Airlines Limited, China South Airlines Limited, Xiamen Airlines Limited, according to the Department of Transportation. The DOT. It is said that it was equal to the number of flights the United States, American Airlines, Delta Airlines were required to cancel under Beijing's circuit breaker system. This is just more bullshit going back and forth. I'll tell you what, though. Look for China to start more regularly imposing, essentially de facto. Oh, I know the vibes from this song. Displaced Appalachian! How long have you been here, man? It's so good to see you! Watcher, you definitely have a gift for this, and you should do voiceovers. I'd be more than willing to offer voiceovers. I should probably set that up as a Fiverr thing. I'd also be willing to read audiobooks, and it's not like I have any shortage of friends who've got audiobooks, but I don't think any of them have my voice in mind. If they do, though, again, I'm always willing to help out. Nice about Drex. Sorry, just realized you're a couple minutes behind. Oh, that's totally fine, dude. Just rolled in, bro. Team No Sleep. Oh, no shit, brother. Guess what? There's a way for people to donate to me now, and I'm not telling you this so that you can go donate to me. I'm telling you this because people donated enough tonight because Dawn basically bullied me into signing up for Entropy. They donated enough tonight that I can go get my drone pilot's license, Displaced Appalachian, which is going to allow me to do some ag drone stuff in the area that I'm quite excited about. Like, guys, this could expand. If I could afford it, I could buy sprayer drones. I don't even have a way to tell you how efficient sprayer drones make things. They're not cheap, but if I could do ag nutrient sprays and pesticide sprays via drone and offer that as a service locally, I would never have to worry about feeding my kids again. It is an extremely in-demand service because you replace a crop duster, something that we have out here, but they're trying to get rid of. So I'm incredibly excited, guys. Again, thank you. I appreciate you. You're cool with banning flights from China just as a general principle, right? I see this as an absolute win. Oh God, the vibes! The vibes on this song. I was gonna go to bed, but it's too good, and it's woken me back up now. We're gonna take a quick dive through Twitter and see if we find anything that's just not cancer. I'm gonna share a bunch of non-cancerous posts just real quick while we listen to this vibe music. Look at this doggo. Look at that. That is just precious. I love this. Look at that non-cancer. Guys, we filled ourselves full of cancer tonight. But, let's get a little bit of that out of here. Ah, very true. A foolish man shares his problems, but a wise man shares his memes. In fact, some of you are just rolling in for the first time now. Have you seen my latest meme? If you have not seen, D. Snyder made a boo-boo. He made a big boo-boo. Made a big stinky in his pants. Just a terrible fucking take. but I thought this was clever. As you guys know, I do occasionally make my own originals, and this one, it's up there. It's up there. It's not as... Oh, my screen isn't showing. Okay, hold on. Let me fix it. Blap. There you go. D. Snyder's terrible take. I'm a bad guy, remember that. I'm not a pussy or a pushover or a sheeple. I'm a bad motherfucker who will fight you and your kind to death. Clear, crystal clear. Attention YouTube chat, you can sign into Entropy with YouTube or Google account, and there's no rules in chat. Correct. None. I ain't gonna get mad at you for damn near anything. Basically, like, attacking other fans, attacking me a lot. Like, I'll take some of it. It's only fair. I dish out a whole lot of fuck youery. If you can't dish it out, if you can't take it, don't dish it out. But you know, I'm talking about like excessive. Can't see it. Can you see it now? Can you hear me now? Gambling and monkey knife fights. Goddamn right. Fully available over here on Entropy. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but guys, they've got blackjack and hookers. They have blackjack. Attention, chat. They have blackjack and hookers. There's also a feature that lets you express exactly how clown world you find a particular stream, and I have to say that's probably one of the most useful things I've ever seen in a live streaming thing ever. All right, so Quixotic's over. Whoa. Did we go through all of this? Did we? Yeah. Bad news, guys. What's going on with you guys? Can I ask you guys a question? There's something else I noticed on my drive. Like I said, I have to take a long 10-hour drive roughly once a month, and I use it to collect and stay calm and cool. And one of the things I noticed that was very odd on this drive is that you know, like occasionally you'll be on the freeway and you'll see a car abandoned, and it'll usually have some kind of markup system that the local police use to communicate to the tow truck driver when he arrives, like what needs to happen to it, or like how long, like they can communicate to each other how long it's been there, can we tow it yet, that kind of stuff. But you usually see like 2, maybe 3 on a really long drive, right? Maybe most days none, right? Most days you won't see any. There were like 25. And they were all over the place. They were in areas that were kind of odd. And some of them didn't seem to make any sense. Like you'd see a car and a truck that were, like, it looked like the car pulled off first. It was pulled off way further. And then the truck pulled off behind him. But the truck still has, like, a family's worth of apartment goods in the bed of the truck. But they're both marked as though they've been there for a day and a half. It made me curious, Chad. Has anybody noticed anything like this where you're at? Oh, I'm gonna need all kinds of licenses to do that kind of stuff, and we're gonna start slow. We're gonna do 3D photogrammetry if I can find someone who will take the lower resolution that my camera has to offer. We're gonna do volumetric scanning, which is easy. Volumetric scanning and crop scanning as well. Not as many construction yards around here, so the volumetric is probably going to be less useful, but it's freely available and it's just there. And by the way, what that means is, like, let's say that you have a job site where you're moving around a lot of dirt, right? And you want to know how much dirt is in a particular pile. I can fly a drone around it in a search pattern in a particular way, and based on the soil in the area and a couple of other things, I can tell you exactly how many metric tons, down to like how many pounds of dirt are in that pile, just from the way the pile looks. And that includes like moisture content, like has it rained, and that will change it, and the visual sensors can pick up how wet the dirt is, roughly, right? Like it's really crazy cool stuff. No, you haven't noticed, but I was just about to go to work, to the grocery store, and to other school activities. Yeah, I hear that, man. I know what it's like. No idea for what you could post on Locals. Those sweet-ass playlists. Off to work. No texting while driving. Yeah, totally appreciate that, man. I'm going to be headed off to bed here pretty soon because I do actually have to do YouTube work tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a show for you guys hopefully before the Council on Future Conflicts evening stream. I am hoping that my really, really, really good guest will come on because I have a bit of time. I have a time-sensitive discussion I want to have with him. I need to have this discussion with him before the 1st for reasons that will become apparent once we get into it and talk about it. In fact, guys, I think this is where we're going to call it. We're rounding off onto 4.5 hours here in 6 minutes. And I think this is the point at which I have to go run and make a bio break, or I'm going to be in some serious trouble. And if I'm going to go through all the trouble of like putting on the break screen, I might as well just call it here, because I don't know what we're going to talk about next, apart from how wonderful you guys are and how much I appreciate what you've done for me tonight. Do you guys want to... Yeah, I could do some... I need to find a way to share what I'm doing drone-wise with you, but somehow not dox the exact rural area that I'm in by showing you the actual drone stuff that I'm doing. I'll work that out. We'll find a way to make that work, chat. I promise. All right. I really appreciate you guys. See ya, Watcher. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, JC. I'm guessing most of you guys are insomniacs anyways, and so you probably have other streams you're on. I know that you have... We know that you have many choices in late-night entertainment. We'd like to thank you at this time for choosing the Watcher on the Web stream and Watcher on the Web affiliates. You are now free to move about the chat. Have a pleasant flight. Good night, guys.